How is everybody today? I see Guy, which I'm sorry, the weird numbers have been getting to me for a while. Cryo, my love. Larry. Rosie, who still can't spell. Welcome in, everybody. How are we all today? I am gonna, real quick, just be like, is it this button? No. Back. Is it this one? It's this one. So I'm just gonna quick show the copyright stuff, blah, 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 blah. We don't, I'm not really gonna, it's on the screen, so I'm just gonna show it. We don't need to actually read it. I just want a chance to listen to music. Guy, if it doesn't end with a 0 or 5, drives me up a wall. If you had only 2 L's at the end of that, Rosie, I would believe you. Hi, Blazing Love. How are you today? I am going to start this off with a bit of a blood warning. I'm alright. I'm alright. There is some blood pretty early. Yeah, you can't even do that right. You can't even defend yourself properly. Big oof. Anywho, the music for this is fantastic. But here we go. Is there also going to be a crip warning? What? What? A what? This one's not scary, guys. It's just like a little bit, It's not. I've played this one before. I am actually pretty excited to play it again. I don't really remember anything from it. Spooked Neko returns? Nah. We'll be fine. This one does have a few, endings. We'll get there. No, we're not gonna keep the cleared chapter data. Joke didn't land. No, it didn't. Sorry. It's a rainy day in June with clouds covering the entire nation. The live broadcast of a new gaming release is suddenly disrupted. Oh, this is a check. I wonder, you know what? I'm sorry. Options. Is there English? There's not. That's fine. That kind of sucks. Pardon me, but I'm conducting a quick survey. On one side, a recent grad. On the other, a total shut-in. Who do you despise more? Which one do we want? What's going on here? Oh, wing it. You're in for it. The grad on the left or the shut-in on the right? You just looked through every... Oh, man. That sucks. Oh, this is a game. Are you gonna die? Not you. Yes, the audio tearing is on purpose. It's part of the actual left. Okay. Thank you for your response. Now, without any further ado, this loathsome grad shall disappear from before your very eyes. This individual is hereby condemned to the fate of a quartered doll. You know what? I'm gonna turn off the voices. I can't, I'm just gonna turn the voices off entirely. Neko finding out there's no English dub? That's okay. That's okay. You wish you were... It's a lot of oops juice. It is. Entertainment! Yeah. Hello, dear consumers, and adieu to the consumed. How did it feel, dismembering the reviled with the simple press of a button? Quite good, no? Downright refreshing, even. It's best to eliminate those who don't share your values. Majority rules, after all. Whatever bloke thought that up was truly a sadistic genius. The opposition may be trampled, but there exists no better system. The path to peace must be painted by the blood of the minority. Hi, Vivian. Those behind this policy, the eminent among the many, give less thought to the few than they would an ant. I must hand it to them. It's simply ruthless. Oh, don't look at me like that. It was a joke, a joke. I wouldn't want to get canceled on social media over this. Goodness, this won't do. No. I've neglected to introduce myself. So sorry. I am His Grace, or is it Your Grace? Let's say Your Grace, the Quartering Duke. An entertainer, come to bring amusement to your world. How's my day going? It's going. From now on, every soul in this nation will be provided with entertainment to stir the mind. So please indulge until you're full to bursting. Should you object to your Grace's choice of recreation, you are invited to try and reveal his true nature. Such a show can't exist without diversity, you see. For this is a clash between tragic, savage carnage and comical cultural stylings of justice. Oh, we currently have about 5,000 viewers. Then, for tonight's final act, a question from your Grace to all our viewers at home. The individual within the animal suit became a shut-in after experiencing vicious bullying at school. No love for his mother, who raised him alone. Every day he would hit and yell at her. Before long, she fell ill and died without his noticing. This individual was saved by your first impression. With that, I ask, do you still like him? Should over half the viewers say so, I'll release him. What do we think, guys? How about you, Vivian? How was your day? Top, you like him? Okay. Seems not even 500 people liked him. A shame. Nothing short of a tragedy. Truly, the sorrow is too much to bear. However, the Quartering Duke snaps his... Blah, 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 blah. The Quartering Duke snaps his fingers. That is what makes this the very finest entertainment. The illusion of choice, indeed. Alas, it will soon be time to part ways. As for myself, your Duke that is, I am the energy of those who mindlessly consume, and a friend to those consumed. Thus I take my leave. Do enjoy the show. The video cuts off at 4 minutes 52 seconds. As a hacked broadcast, those who ran the website were powerless to stop it. The video, just shy of 5 minutes, is shared across the net, mostly among the youth. But things don't end with that. Not just the broadcasted victims, but others killed in the same manner are soon discovered. The common thread, at least 2 victims are always found at once, with their lock screens set to the symbol of the Quartering Duke. The police pour all their resources into investigating the case, but turn up nothing. Pair by pair, more and more bodies surface, until half a year later, over 100 have been killed since that first broadcast. The sheer number of victims and brutality of the murders flings society into chaos. It is John Niles. Hi, welcome in. The Quartering Duke. You wish this game got more exposure? Well, here I am. An entertainer. What he's doing is basically a snuff show. I grip my phone tight as I read articles about the murders, speaking aloud despite myself. I've seen the effects of this Duke all around me. People are terrified to go outside, and stores have even shortened their hours. What's worse, he's gained some traction among young copycats taken by his charisma. With police overwhelmed, small private agencies like mine are in huge demand. Apparently, even the FBI is getting involved. Past events had already stoked the need for this line of work, but the Duke has only made things worse. The media jeers at the detective craze. Mr. Gunjoji says the ideal society is a peaceful one where detectives are starved for work. He may be right about that. As I lay in wait for my mark, I recall my mentor's words and sigh to myself. I work for the Gunjoji Detective Agency. It's probably one of the punier agencies around, though nowadays we're buzzing with activity. Rosie with the AirPods dying yet again. You saw someone play this, but only saw a bit of it. I'm the first one you're watching playing it from the beginning. Fantastic. They have the ageho. You like them? Okay, wing it. I'm a student working part-time, but they plan to recruit me once I've graduated. The situation must be getting pretty serious nationwide. An ideal society has no use for detectives, huh? The thought alone makes me a bit miserable. Is this the reality faced by all aspiring detectives? Okay, that's enough of that. My worries run wild when I'm on my own. It's a bad habit, but I've got to focus on work. There he is. My mark is on the move. After a moment's pause, the man clad in a trench coat starts off down the road again. I make sure I'm out of earshot before calling in my report, just as my mentor had instructed. Watto here. The target is on the move. He's headed right where you predicted, Mr. Gunjoji. I'll stay on the lookout for any traps as I continue tailing him. Quieting my steps, I follow the man cautiously. He's our top suspect in the serial pet killer case, and according to Mr. Gunjoji, he may be armed. Whatever I do, I absolutely cannot allow my presence to be detected. Can I help you? There's too many characters in this game from what I remember, so I'm not even gonna try to voice them all. I'm sorry. I'm saving my voice for tomorrow night. Suddenly the man is right in front of me, and I reflexively take a step back. Did he notice me following him, despite the cover of darkness and my voice being out of earshot? Huh? Oh, no. I'm all good. I'm, actually running late for cram school, so I gotta go. As I try to move past him, the man blocks my path. Why pipe, Ivy? Why? I doubt you make it in time if you keep matching my pace and stopping every time I do. Your expression gives everything away. -1 point. Not that you should really be that surprised. Oh, you're dropping the pipe. Okay, I'm not actually lurking in Aloe's stream, but thank you, Ivy. Look at this old dude. Thanks for the catnip. I wish I was lurking. Because of the way I had to change my audio setup, I can't really. Drink? Oh no. Ah, crumbs. Oh, I guess I gotta open a drink. Let's see. Your expression gives everything away. -1 point. Not that you should really be that surprised. You would only stop on a completely empty street like this if you were tailing someone. That, or checking if someone's tailing you. So the very act of pausing here was a trap. Yeah, Mountain Dew again. That happens to be what I have. Ugh, how could I make such a rookie mistake? It didn't even register with me. I have no one to blame but myself. You're a fresh face. Who are you? Certainly no detective or policeman, given your nosy slipshod attempt at shadowing me. No detective. Blood rushes to my face. I've poured everything into becoming a detective. His words sting worse than a slap to the face. There's no way I can just let it slide. Don't patronize me. I'm Wato Hojo, assistant at the Gonjoji Detective Agency. We already know you've been snooping around here and that you have a knife. You're suspected of severe animal abuse. Now come quietly, I'm turning you into the police. I'd hoped the edge in my voice would intimidate him, but the man only lets out an exasperated sigh. Humph. Actually giving out your name, -3 points. This isn't some TV show, kid. Real detectives never reveal their true identities. I bet you can't get enough of those over-the-top crime dramas, can you? As much as I hate it, he's read me, like a completely open book. The moment a detective reveals himself always seems so cool on television. But he's right. Sharing your identity in this line of work is far too dangerous. Something to keep in mind next time. And does the detective's assistant plan to arrest me all on his own? A grown man you fully believe to be armed. Oh, another sip and some catnip, thank you. The man slides his hand into his pocket and readies his stance. He's clearly holding a weapon. This isn't the first time I've gone up against someone armed with a knife, but I still feel my hair stand on end. My heart slams frantically against my ribcage as I freeze up, willing my trembling legs to remain steady. No, I know I'm not ready for that, so instead I called for backup. I just need to buy time until my boss arrives. It looks like I said the sip, that's funny. You think you can buy yourself time, Mr. Wannabe Detective? I will. In fact, I have to. One of the pets you killed belonged to a classmate of mine. She's still terrified and traumatized as a result of your prowling about. Being a detective, it's my duty to stop you. Bringing you to justice is the only way to restore the peace in her life. I'll be damned if I let you escape. I tear off my jacket and wrap it around my left wrist to form a makeshift glove, a guard against his knife. In my dominant hand, I grip a pair of handcuffs like brass knuckles. Armed as best I can, I face off with the man. The man just watches me, showing no signs of movement. Good. He's probably never seen anyone use handcuffs for self-defense before. It's only natural he'd be wary. I learned this trick from Mr. Gonjoji. What's great about it is it never fails to catch people by surprise the first time. I need to stall this out, even if it's just for a little while. Keeping this face-off going is my top priority. The Ikusa School of Arrest Techniques, I take it. Quite the rare fighting style you picked up, boy. Huh? I'm struck speechless. What are the odds he'd know this tactic? I fumble for an answer, but my mind goes blank. Paralyzed in the face of an enemy, -5 points. Don't expect odd techniques to faze a man of my age. It would work on your typical criminal, however, and you were quick to adapt when all odds were stacked against you. That's an exemplary quality in a detective. You get 10 points, kid. I see why the chief endorsed you. The man suddenly backs down and speaks with a smile. Wait, what? Is this another trap? Glancing my way, he continues. Sorry for this misunderstanding, but the culprit you've been looking for is the victim's neighbor. I've already handed him over to the police. No job, no comfort, no direction in life, until he became obsessed with the quartering duke and decided to follow in his footsteps. He couldn't work up the nerve to hack people apart, but animals gave him no trouble at all. Disgusting. Who are you exactly? Upon hearing my question, the man pulls out what looks to be a tablet out of his pocket. The screen shows a familiar symbol and the words Detective Alliance. Detective Alliance? I can't help but yell out the name. The Detective Alliance, the very organization I revere more than anything else. That's right, I'm part of the Detective Alliance, the only government-recognized detective organization in the country. I'm sure an aspiring detective like yourself has heard of it. Of course! It's a mysterious coalition of 100 renowned detectives that always sends it the perfect match for the job. The Alliance has solved every case it's ever had, and each of its members has an alias based on their defining traits. Haha, looks like you know quite a bit about this mysterious coalition, Detective Fanboy. As I calm down, my face begins to burn bright red. I let my excitement carry me away on a totally nerdy rant. Still, the Detective Alliance has been the dream I've aspired to ever since I learned about it from Mr. Gunjoji. That D-pad you're holding is the hallmark of none other than the Alliance itself. That's a lot of catnip, Ivy. Are you trying to get me high? Jesus. You really are a detective, aren't you? Bingo! Call me Senior Detective. Been in the Alliance for eons, though these days I mostly scout recruits and provide support. Wow, Nightbot, you just want to drown me today. Still, none of our younger generation can out-investigate me, especially with cases as cold as that pet killer one. As prideful as he sounds, I can tell by his expression that he's speaking purely from well-earned experience. He has an air about him that's unlike anyone I've ever met, the kind that could only come from a member of the Detective Alliance. As secretive as it is, the Detective Alliance has grown more famous by the day thanks to the recent detective craze. Even now, the news is full of stories about the cases cracked by the Detective Alliance members. Then there's all the terrorist plots in the wake of the Quartering Duke incidents that they've thwarted with almost zero leads. The whole reason I joined a detective agency was to carve a path to earning a spot alongside those detectives one day. Looked up to by detectives far and wide, the Detective Alliance is the absolute paragon for those pursuing justice. I apologize for my rudeness, Senior Detective, sir. Shouting accusations at you when I couldn't be more clueless. Don't be. I was egging you on, after all. No need for the sir either. In our field, the alias itself serves as a title of respect. The Senior Detective amicably shrugs off my apology. His unshakable calm only makes me warier of where this is going. Then, as if noticing how on edge I look, he continues to speak. I'll cut to the chase. I'm here to scout you. We plan to meet at our base of operations to discuss how to handle the Quartering Duke incidents, and we want you to attend. Huh? I respond lamely, unable to fully grasp what he's saying. I'll say it again. We want you to join our investigation of the Quartering Duke case as a member of the Detective Alliance. What? The sound I make is so shrill and alien I scare even myself. I pinch my cheek to make sure this isn't just some dream. Ow, nope, not a dream. Maybe this is Mr. Gunjoji's idea of a prank? No sign of him anywhere, so probably not. Which means this isn't a joke, right? Not at all. We've received direct orders from the government to put an end to the Quartering Duke's reign of terror. Nah, you're correct, you pranked kid. A chosen few detectives will convene at HQ to solve this case and take down the most vile homicidal maniac of the century. My mind goes blank again. But if this is real, then my dream is coming true far sooner than I had ever imagined. There was so much I could learn, so much so many accomplished detectives I could meet. This reminds you of Raincoat with its detective agency. It reminded me of Raincoat as well. Ideal detectives like the ones I aspire to be. The kind who could have prevented the tragedy that unfolded before my eyes 10 years ago. I'm sure you have a million questions, but I want to hear what you intend first. Will you join us at the table and help stop the quartering Duke? Give me your answer, yes or no. How can I hesitate? I state my intentions loud and clear. Yes! The moment I try to answer, Senior Detective's arm hooks around my neck and begins to squeeze like a vice. It's so tight, I can't breathe. I flail and kick frantically, but all I hit is the air and the ground below my feet. I feel a prick as a slender needle pierces the skin of my neck. Ugh. What feels like liquid ice begins to pump through my veins. My skin turns pale, my limbs go numb, and my strength fades. My vision blurs, and as my legs start to give out, I sag against the man restraining me. And then, as if the stars have been swept from the night sky, everything goes black. While it's true that I asked, there was never actually the option to refuse. Daddy needed a chill brooch. Hi, Eleanor. Welcome in. For you see, you have a duty to attend. The Detective Elimination Project. Everything goes dark, and you die. I haven't felt this way in a long time. My consciousness drags sluggishly as if I'm trapped in thick mud, helplessly sinking deeper and deeper. As much as I try to shut it out, that traumatic nightmare pulls me in once again. In my dream, I'm running down a dark, frigid corridor, holding on tight to the hand of a girl my age. Watto, I can't run anymore. You need to go on without me. You have to escape. What are you saying, Saika? We're getting out of here together. I made a promise, didn't I? Sup? The ceiling. But my legs... The girl is beautiful, with bewitching black hair, pure white skin, and light purple eyes reminiscent of hydrangeas. I remember nothing else about her, but I'm sure at the time she was very precious to me. And then, right before my eyes, a blade swings down and slashes her, covering her in a burst of red. Then airplanes wing it, the sky, the stars, outer space. Neko has resorted to dad jokes? Fair enough. Plot twist, their brother and sister. Interesting guy, interesting. She will be missed. Saika, why? I clutch onto her before she can collapse and face the criminal that did this to her. The massive, unmistakably human silhouette emits a strange, mechanical whir. Its murderous intent is nearly enough to pierce through flesh as it focuses on me. I prepare to die as no more than a child. But at that moment... Go! Watto. The girl in my arms strains to get the words out as her voice begins to fail. I might escape if I leave her now and run. But maybe I can still save her. There's no way I can just abandon her. You have to live. Become the hero who will save everyone. No. No! That's all I can remember. My memory cuts out completely, as if the next page has been torn out. However, since I'm alive, it's obvious what came after. I traded Saika's life to save my own. This was the mass kidnapping and confinement incident I was in a decade ago. The reason I became a detective. A shadowy organization took 16 children and locked them in an underground prison for a month, never to be caught. Am I supposed to just live with the sacrifices that came out of that, like Saika? I was too incompetent to save even one girl, but I refused to leave it there. My heart and soul demand I see it through. I will become a great detective, a hero, and one day I'll reveal the truth behind what happened 10 years ago. Reminds you of Zero's Escape? Ugh. I finally come to. My eyelids are so heavy, just opening them is an undertaking. That was one long dream. It was one I've had countless times before, of that fateful day I swore I'd become a detective. That incident remains unsolved to this day. What really happened all those years ago? As a survivor, the vague testimony I provided didn't help much. The case has gone cold for 10 years now. I've got to find the truth, to track down the villain who killed Saika, the girl I owe my life to. That's why I entered this line of work. But that aside, my whole body is aching right now. My mattress feels like a rock and smells like rust. I managed to pry my eyes open, but everything's pitch black. What's more, I can't even move. My limbs are restrained like I've been wrapped in some kind of sleeping bag. Don't tell me I'm trapped in here. What's going on? Mustering all my strength, I try to worm my way out. Suddenly, my vision is flooded by a bright light. Huh? Whatever restrained me slackens as my own momentum forces me upright. The sight I'm met with is a forest? And that sound, are those ocean waves? Lush woodland lies before my eyes. Beneath me is an old rusty locker. Guess that's what I'd been stuffed in just a second ago. Youch, my whole body's killing me. How long was I crammed inside this thing? Who would do this to me and why? When did I even get here? What the heck is going on? My head swirls in confusion as I try to recall what happened last. That's right, I met that old man, senior detective, and then... The haziness clears as I begin to remember. I was suddenly attacked by senior detective and eventually lost consciousness. He claimed to be a part of the Detective Alliance, but maybe that was just a bluff? Wait, if he was lying about being part of the DA, that means the pet killer is still at large. I've got to get back, ASAP. I reached to grab my smartphone, but after a frantic search, I realized that my front pockets had been emptied. As I continue searching my person, I notice an unfamiliar weight in my back pocket. That's weird, I don't normally keep stuff back there. Suspicious, I carefully pluck the foreign object from my pocket. It's a tablet device, like an oversized smartphone more or less. The moment I see it, though, a chill runs down my spine. No way, is this... I lift it up, touching the buttons out of habit. Then a notification appears. Authentication successful. Looks like the man was lying about the detective agency, I wonder... Good morning, Wato Hojo. Seems you got your D-pad working, Sure you were drugged, but sakes alive, boy. Out cold for 3 days straight. -1 point. As the tablet comes to life, a familiar voice emanates from its speaker. This is Senior Detective, the agent who brought you here. We met 3 days ago, though to you I suppose it'd feel like it only just happened. Wait, I was out for 3 days? So Senior Detective's the one reaching out to me. I knew I recognized his voice from before. Still, his tone is pretty nonchalant for a kidnapper. I can't help but feel irritated. While I'm certain you think I've deceived you, you are in fact the newest member of the Detective Alliance. If you doubt me, view the detective roster on your D-pad, that electronic device you know as a trademark of the Alliance. As an official member of the Alliance, your personal information should already be recorded in the database. I open up the tablet and look through the roster he mentioned. There I find my profile, beginning with my full legal name. Wato Hojo, detective rank number 100. Yep, that'd be me. That's me. It even lists details only Mr. Gunjoji would know, like my skills and work experience. Ouch, my special skill is housework? I'm no great detective, sure, but that's a low blow. I wonder what else is on here. It lists other detectives' ranks and aliases too. Not to mention intel and investigation statuses on recent atrocities. From the latest incidents all the way back to before I was born, it's a robust selection of key documents about cases infamous to the public. Far too much for one person to read, frankly. Even at a glance, most of the content seems to be highly technical in nature. This is way too much effort for a prank, meaning the DA really did recruit me? Can I trust what Senior Detective says? So, I've actually been recruited by the Detective Alliance. This isn't a joke, right, Senior Detective, sir? You're listening to a recording at present. An emergency came up, so I've hidden you in the woods while I go address it. Ah, so that's how it is. I'd assume this was a phone call, but I guess that's not the case. The device's settings must have been configured to play this voice message as soon as it finished authenticating. When you're ready, open the map on your D-pad, then make your way through the woods and head for the manor at the peak. Once there, you should soon meet the others. I promise to head over myself once I'm able, so just wait for me in front of the manor. And one last thing, do not, under any circumstances, enter the structure you'll see along the way. Unauthorized entry will result in far worse than a subtraction of points. Follow my orders like your very life depends on it. Senior Detective speaks without pause. The moment he's finished, the sound cuts out abruptly. I stand there in a daze, holding the tablet, my new D-pad, in one hand. I lift my head and peer through the tree line, making out the shape of the mountain with an imposing manor resting on its summit. Is that the building Senior Detective was referring to? While I don't fully trust him, my options are limited. Pressed for choice, I open the map application on my tablet. Various graphics appear on the screen, displaying the surrounding area. All that blue surrounding everything must be the ocean, which means I've been taken to a remote island. Morgue. Is that the name of this place? Never heard of it. Could I be in a foreign country or something? Either way, getting all gloomy won't solve things. I use my fingers to zoom in on the map, hoping to find more info to go off of. The screen then displays my current location and a few details about the vicinity. Just as Senior Detective said, there seems to be some sort of manor atop the peak, plus another structure near the tree line. Without any other clues to guide me, I decide to follow Senior Detective's instructions for now. Oh, I need to register my detective alias on here, but I don't have any talents, and I definitely regret putting something random. Nope, I've got nothing. Jerry, you beat Lashy and Grazzles! The tablet hums quietly as I trek on. Before long, I see a parting in the trees. A massive heliport stretches before me. To its right sits a relatively small 3-story building. I knew what you meant, Jerry. Cult of the Lamb, you had really low HP. Though it blocks my line of sight, I assume that the manor is just up ahead is at the top of the hill. zips for you! Mwahaha. This structure here must be the one senior detective warned me about against entering. It's not like I really trust the guy, so I'm admittedly a bit curious to sneak a peek inside. But as soon as the thought crosses my mind, a sudden sense of unease washes over me. On my tablet's map, I see numerous circular icons displayed within the building's walls. And not just a handful either. Dozens of icons crowd around like ants swarming over food. Judging by my own marker on the map, I think all these icons are all people? But if that's the case, what does it mean? My apprehension refuses to die down. I get the sense that going in there would only end in regret, just as Senior Detective had warned. I need to decide my next step carefully. I will... Don't go in, he said not to, protagonist. Cult of the Lamb is actually doing crazy well on your channel? Great! I'm glad, Jerry. It's pretty long. I am gonna enter the building. This is something that we do need to see for the endings. So, no doubt about it, I've got to check this building out first. It'd be risky to just blindly trust Senior Detective after all. These circular icons are obviously people, which would indicate others are already in there. It makes a lot more sense to meet with them here instead of wandering around on my own. Senior Detective must be trying to prevent me from joining up with anyone else. That's gotta be it. Honestly, guy, this is just something that, I can't really tell you. For another couple minutes. I speak aloud, desperately trying to calm my frantic heartbeat. With great trepidation, I slowly approach the entrance. A dark shadow is faintly visible from the glass door of the building. Just as I had suspected, there are other people here. Without a moment of hesitation, I push the glass door open and rush inside. Hello, I am a new member of the Detective Alliance, and... My voice hitches and my eyes widen like saucers as my train of thought comes to a grinding halt. All from the shock of seeing the horrific scene that lay before me. A large mound rests in the open space beyond the entryway. A haphazard pile, blackened and dead, reeking of rotten cheese and fetid garbage. Convincing myself that it's fake, I draw closer. Then I lock eyes with one, its cloudy gaze a stark reminder of our shared mortality. It's heartbreakingly clear this corpse once belonged to a living being. Ugh. My stomach lurches, its contents spilling from my mouth. I can't take it. Sinking to my knees, I suck in heavy breaths as my heart hammers so hard it threatens to burst. The Senior Detective must have known. Regret fills me for not heeding his warning. I want to run, to break away and leave this place forever. Heather, you love this game. Hi. Well, welcome in. I desperately focus all my energy into every lungful of air I take. No sips for you! But my pulse won't slow down. In fact, it keeps growing faster. My chest burns like it's on fire. No matter how hard I try to inhale, my chest only aches more and more, until finally I can no longer breathe. What is happening? I can't. My instincts tell me I've got to get outside, but my limbs are numb from the lack of oxygen. Hello, Leonard. Potato Detective. Good health, fun stream, and remember to smile. I am, indeed. Thanks for all the catnip. I swear Ivy's trying to get me high tonight. Heavy and useless as if I'm deep underwater. I crawl, inching along like a caterpillar, but the exit is too far away. A feeling of doom overwhelms me as my strength ebbs away. It's a good choice for a playthrough. I've actually played this before, Heather, but I barely remember anything about it, and I'm pretty excited to play it again for you guys. I can't breathe. I need air. I can't take any more of this. Please, help me. Desperate, I try to scream, but can't muster a sound. The pain is agonizing. All thoughts leave my head. Despite knowing no one will save me, my mind still cries out. Help! Someone, please help. I can't breathe. It hurts. I need to get out. I don't want to die. Help! Somebody, please, help me. Help me. Something snaps. My vision fails. But at least the pain in my chest is finally gone. It's an ending. That's why we had to go this way, guy. It's an ending. Huh? With a start, I see the heliport stretching before me once more. You wouldn't play it? Your sister had to help you beat certain parts? Yeah, it's alright. I like this one a lot. I remember really, really enjoying it. I sat down and I think I finished this in an afternoon the first time I played it. My goodness, you guys are trying to get me high. 66 more ounces of catnip and no sips for you. Ha. I take deep breaths, trying to calm myself. The air tastes good somehow. Not sure why, but I feel like I just woke up from a nightmare. Oh, right. I was deciding whether I should check out that manor or head to that building or head to the manor. Head to the peak or investigate the building. This could very well be a fateful fork in my path. Is Neko gonna be okay? How long is this game? It's not too long. It'll take us a good couple of streams, though. I need to stay calm, think rationally, and make the right choice here. I will ignore it and head to the manor. The gameplay is hard to get used to. He also looks like a lot like Shuichi in the locker scene. Yeah, I agree, Heather. Okay. Whoa. Hello. Goodbye. There we go. Gah. How long is it? Enough. Enough. I decide to do what Senior Detective suggested and make my way toward the manor at the peak of the mountain. My mentor always chided me for being so rash. Maybe I wouldn't have been abducted if I had just waited for him like I was supposed to. What's more, I get this deep feeling of dread whenever I look at that building to the right of the heliport. I should follow Senior Detective's advice, especially considering he must have a way better grasp of the situation than me. Oh look, Neko, an edgy child escaped YouTube Kids. Right, guy? Right? What is this place, really? This island? I make my way up the mountain, quietly grumbling to myself, when suddenly a chill runs down my spine. I quickly turn to look behind me. Too bad you have to work, I know. But the only thing in sight is that building. I get the strange thing that going there would have had irrevocable consequences for me. It's alright, hon, I got it. My uneasiness lingers, but I turn my back and keep going in spite of it. I feel it, guy. It's alright. I continue up the twisting mountain path for about 15 minutes, until at last I arrive at the manor door. And Monokuma. Huh? Huh? It was a gentle incline, but I'm still spent. I wearily take a seat, resting my back against the outside wall of the manor. Yeah, we got members recently, Heather. And the Monokuma is one of our member emojis. Speaking of, do I have another slot open now that we're at like 30 something? I'm going to check real quick. Sorry. I do have one more emoji space. I'll have to fix it after the stream. I know that there is another one that we have. Yes, Guy did make the Money Kuma emoji, as I like to call it. I wearily take a seat, resting my back against the outside wall of the manor. It's expressive. It is. Everybody did such a great job. We had a whole contest and everything for the emojis. It's the exact kind of setting you'd expect in any mystery novel. The manor's exterior speaks to its age and smells faintly of lumber. During my approach, I could only gasp at the structure's imposing beauty. Upon closer inspection, I notice its windows are constructed from an unnaturally thick glass, impossible to break or peek through. Yep, the gambling one is Wing It, so that's why it's called Wingin' It. I stand up and circle the perimeter, but there don't appear to be any points of entry aside from the front door. If anything, it seems like it was built to house prisoners, not residents. This definitely isn't your average manor. What on earth could be awaiting within? You know, Wing It, I've actually been debating making that emoji a Nightbot command. And, making it so that Nightbot gambles with, the stream avatars. Speaking about the contest, you didn't have time? Oh, okay, great. Guy, make sure you message me right now. I'll get you after the stream. This definitely isn't your average manor. What on earth could be awaiting within? I slow down and catch my breath. My hand is damp with sweat as I turn the knob of the manor's only entrance. A loud clank rings out as it swings open with ease. The interior seems normal enough. Am I just overthinking things? I ask weakly as I take a step inside. As soon as I let go of the knob, the door closes on its own. Not one moment later. Huh? A sharp pain suddenly erupts in my head, causing me to stagger involuntarily. A shadow at my feet expands rapidly. My spine tingles as I feel something rush quickly toward me. How did you win the jump catch game? It happens sometimes. If nobody jumps for it, sometimes it'll just give it to somebody randomly. Without even a moment's hesitation, I kick out and leap to the side. However, something slams hard against the back of my skull. The impact sends me flying. My vision swims, my mind already fading. I find myself unable to stand. Then the world fades to white. Alright guys, that's the whole game. Sippy sippy Neko, you got it. Just kidding. More catnip? Jesus! You guys really do want to get me really high, don't you? Yo, guys, this chump ain't waking up. How's about I kick him around a bit? Don't be so violent, Rowdy. I hear voices nearby. I totes side with Doleful here. Violence is so not cool. Why don't we just, like, dump a bucket of water on him instead? That idea is just as extreme downtown. Let's try and consider our options rationally. Mayhaps his vital organs are unresponsive? I shall administer a cardiac massage at once. For Wednesday's stream? Oh my goodness. You guys are just pre-gaming me. By the way, I'm going to be putting up the vote after the stream tonight. So Wednesday, I have planned Nancy Drew. However, Aloe and a bunch of other people are going to be playing Trucking Simulator. And I do have the game. So if everybody wants me to, I'll go play that with them instead. I know that Nancy Drew is, you know, a lot of people are looking forward to that. But I think a lot of people would also be really interested in seeing Trucking Simulator as well, especially since I'm playing it with other people if I do play it. So I'm going to take a vote and we'll see. Play both at the same time, wing it. No need for that. I think he's waking up. Well, there you go, Ethan. Perfect. I found somebody. I open my eyes, but my vision is blurred. The dizzying pain in my head is unbearable. There's a constant ringing in my ears, and my body won't move an inch. Chat, why can't we have both? You mean you see many people play FNAF and Cuphead at the same time? What? A wave of nausea comes over me, but I manage to stop myself from groaning. Aloe is drinking, so why can't you do puzzle games while driving? Yikes. Your girlfriend poked you in the eye. You stopped seeing her for a while. Oh my god, Space Ghost. Hi, welcome in. You need a video of this, Blazing Wolf? Yeah, can you drop that in one of the channels on Discord? How much is Truck Game? $2. You saw one guy play Balloons Tower Defense while beating Ultimate Customite. What? No way. Yeah, it's $2 right now on Steam Summer Sale. I vaguely recall being hit by something the moment I stepped into the manor. At last, my vision finally clears up. Who are you people? When my eyes refocused, I'm met with several unfamiliar faces and a sturdy rope binding me. I'm tied up, surrounded by a group of strangers. What in the world is going on? You lousy intruder! You will when the video comes out. If it does, it was a live stream. Might try to join if you have time. Depends on how you feel after your stream is over. Ooh. Gym teacher forces children to do sit-ups. That's some child abuse. Oh my god. A girl in a sports jacket grabs me by the throat, glowering menacingly. She looks to be in her early teens, but her strength is incredible. I can't get a peep out while trapped in her iron grip. You got some stones jumping us on our home turf. Who you spying for, huh? Huh? Calm down, rowdy detective. To hell with that. This jamoke might have offed some of our own. Plus, he won't even give us an answer. I ain't just gonna let that slide. Well, he can't talk if you're actively choking him, now can he? Huh? Crap, you got a point, techie detective. Sorry, intruder. My bad, 100%. The girl in the sports jacket lets me go, then immediately falls to her knees, touching her head to the floor as she apologizes. That sounds really good, Space Ghost. Both things sound really good. It's okay. You don't need to grovel about it. I'm still in the dark here, but I get that you have every reason to suspect me. That checks out, but it don't make us right. One bad turn deserves another, so come on, hit me. No way am I going to do that. Besides, I can't. I'm all tied up. So please stop bowing. You have to make me hungry. Yeah. Wait, what? Nobody was being thirsty, honey. But yes, they are kids. Most of them are kids. This one is a kid. I have literally no idea what's happening. Who are all of you? What is this island? What's going on around here? As I ask the so-called rowdy detective my questions, the boy in the wheelchair approaches us. I take it you aren't here of your own volition? You say you aren't informed of the situation, right? More catnip! Yeah, all I know is that Senior Detective brought me here. Senior Detective? The boy called Techie Detective cups his chin in thought. I checked your eyes to verify you are unconscious. We'll just assume it wasn't a self-induced ruse for now. But Senior Detective bringing you to HQ? That doesn't sit well with me. Where do you fit in with the rest of us? What do you have to do with the Quartering Duke investigation? Yo, Earth to Techie Detective. Ow! Oh, sorry. I was lost in thought. Rowdy Detective pokes Techie Detective, snapping him out of his trance. He dips his head in apology. Listen, Space Ghost, that's like the 7th or 8th one that's above 60 that we've gotten tonight. They're trying to get me, like, really high, and I don't understand why. I'm as confused as ever right now, but I have heard of these 2 detectives before. Does that mean all of them are... Anyway, should we let the guy loose? Keep grilling him while he's all tied up, and people are gonna think we're into this kind of stuff. Hold on, Downtown Detective. Huh? What? It'll make you higher than the Empire. No, no. Oh, I'm not actually meaning to push those buttons. A kite will look sober by the time this stream is over. Guys. Is this really how we're gonna do things? Isn't the catnip just a snack? No, catnip is how you get cats high. Sorry, it's just, we should wait a bit longer, I think. The trendy girl responds with indignation, causing the frail boy to tear up. Nevertheless, he doesn't back down. Our enemy wields a deadly poison that can kill over 20 people. If this is him, he could wipe us all out, just by scattering a trace amount of it. Freeing him without at least a pat-down would be far too dangerous. Oh yeah, guess I got a little antsy there. My bad. Even though her idea got rejected, the trendy girl called Downtown Detective laughs as if nothing happened. Thanks, Doleful Detective. No wonder you're number 14. Mad props. Nonsense, I'm just paranoid. Still, I don't want any more victims. Like all these people in the research facility. More catnip, you gotta be kidding me. I do not want any more. If anything, we need to be overcautious. The somewhat androgynous youth speaks with a voice full of fear. Victims, like those in the research facility. The comment catches my attention, but now isn't the time to be asking questions. Instead, I hold my tongue and continue to watch in silence. Fear not, Sir Doleful Detective. Even should his intentions prove nefarious, I, Armored Detective, swear to protect you. The armored man rests one hand on the youth he called Doleful Detective and the other on Downtown Detective. Thanks, Armor. Physical exertion is a lot for me, so I appreciate it. Though the boy smiles at Armor Detective, Downtown Detective waves off the gauntlet, looking utterly repulsed. Yeah, nah. I'm good. You're, like, suffocating me. Would you back off, number 32? Ah, you recall my rank, despite my being the only one here that is lower than 30. My heart is stirred. I swear on my life to protect you. Take a hint. How annoying can you get? Armor Detective happily strides closer to Downtown Detective. He doesn't seem to notice the look of genuine disgust on her face. Moving on, we should touch base with the Chief on our D-pads. We're lucky our device's signals allow us to communicate from the manor to the research facility. A man who looks like a corporate employee joins the conversation. He holds a familiar tablet-like device in his hands. A D-pad, the trademark of the Detective Alliance. My heart beats fast in spite of myself as I guess at the nature of my company. Thanks, Workaholic Detective. You're always so quick on your feet. Adulting 101. Plan, do, check, act. As for our Sleeping Beauty here, I got in touch with the Chief, and he is indeed a fellow member of the DA. Are they all gamers? It's a detective iPad, basically. Instead of an iPad, it's a D-pad. To be safe, I'd like to confirm with you directly. This is no mistake, right? Right, no mistake about it, though I only just got my D-pad. Honestly, I'm completely new to this. Everything clicks into place as I speak with the man referred to as Workaholic Detective. Calling them gamers, it's funnier that way? Okay. I knew it. They really are a part of the Alliance, and these aren't just any average members. They're so famous even a nobody like me knows of them. There could only be one possible reason why a group of detectives like this would be gathered here. It was the same thing I had been brought for, to discuss how to handle the quartering Duke. They're all here for that meeting, no doubt. The only question that remains is, why would a new recruit who lacks even a proper alias be here at Detective Alliance HQ? Were you also invited to participate in our discussion regarding how to deal with the quartering Duke? Yes, Senior Detective explained it to me. Oh, that's right, I have my own D-pad too. So the one in your shirt pocket really was yours. My apologies, I took the liberty of searching you. What? When? I don't know how, but Workaholic Detective is clearly holding my device. The fact he could swipe it without my noticing is terrifying. Now then, if you would allow me to borrow your hand for just a moment. Workaholic Detective grabs my hand to bypass the D-pad's fingerprint authentication, navigating to the message application with practiced ease. He seems to be checking my invitation to the Quartering Duke meeting, which I had been reading just before I fell unconscious. I see, it's the exact same message as the one I received. It appears you truly will be joining us. Relief washes through me at Workaholic Detective's smile, but it doesn't last long. That being said, anyone capable of infiltrating this island would have no trouble faking a simple email. Workaholic Detective's smile turns grim. His piercing gaze cuts right through me, making my body flare up with goosebumps. Making lousy knockoffs, eh? You're asking for a one-way ticket to hell, pal, courtesy of my fist. You don't give off that unique presence the rest of us detectives have. Just who are you? I see that Stream Avatars has decided to off itself. How fantastic. Turn this off for a minute and we'll bring it back up in a little bit. They're sick of the eggs? Maybe. We lack sufficient data for any conclusions. For now, we have no choice but to keep him under surveillance until we can find out more. More catnip! Oh my god! And more drinks? That amount of Riz on eggs makes me want an omelet. Wing it. Like, badly. Oh, if we're getting that kind of Riz on Stream Avatars, I should be able to open it back up, no problem. Hold on. I completely understand why they suspect my exceptional circumstances, but that doesn't make their looks sting any less. Dwelling on doleful detective's unsettling remarks earlier leads me to wonder what happened to the Detective Alliance. Oh, there you go. You gotta go at it now, Wing It. You gambled and it, gave you a result. Look, being on edge won't help us at all, so why don't we just, I don't know, bring him along? We still gotta find Old Man Senior, so it's not like we have time to stand around arguing. Our minds are as one, Lady Downtown Detective. I fully concur. Let us treat him as a compatriot until more evidence appears. Our minds are miles apart, weirdo, but whatevs. Call me an airhead, but I'm with armor on this. I think it'd be chill to take him with. Besides, I know my mystery stories. Splitting up would be like total suicide. Mystery story, as you say. Techie detective smiles wryly as rowdy detective grabs the rope, tying me up. Yeah, downtown's got the right idea. Rowdy detective tears my restraints apart as if they're made of paper. I can now move freely, except for my bound hands. Your birthday's tomorrow? Well, happy early birthday, Heather. It'll be on a Danganronpa night. But still, what raw physical strength. It's hard to believe a girl smaller than me can be so powerful. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Just had to check the baby monitor. Wait, you're funny. My kids are currently beating each other up in their bed. They both want to sleep in the same bed, and they both want the blanket to them. They want one of the 2 blankets that's in there to themselves. So I just had to, I had to check. I was like, I hear them freaking out. What are they on now? Good timing, yeah. Also seeing Despicable Me 4 tomorrow and getting cheesecake and Chinese. Oh. You know what, though? I am going to have to take, like, an actual break for a minute here because you guys have made me drink so much I have to go to the bathroom. So, I'll be right back. Well, that sure was good timing. A little bit of discussion about Despicable Me. They didn't put as much effort into it as they could have. Well, Cherry, maybe some other people will like the movie. That's a lot more catnip, though, Wing It. Why? You'll judge it once you see the minions? Yeah. But still, what raw physical strength. It's hard to believe a girl smaller than me can be so powerful. Mistrust in each other is exactly what the quartering duke wants. So for now, I'll trust you too. Oh my god, Guy. The big 100. Jeez. I think Nightbot wants me just as high as you guys do. That's the 4th 100 that I've ever gotten. Or that anybody's ever gotten. Oh my gosh, yeah. I wish you'd asked before acting, but at least I do agree with the notion. My search didn't turn up anything suspicious. Remember when you got one and I deleted it? I'm sorry, Cherry. Until further notice, you'll be coming with us. Seeing as this is a race against the clock, I'll have to catch you up as we move along. Thank you. The detectives head out one after another. Now that the mood is lightened up a bit, I can't help but let out a sigh of relief. I've seen plenty of suspects get interrogated in mystery novels and shows, but never did I expect to be the one in the hot seat. Life sure keeps you on its toes. That reminds me, what should we call you, intruder? You don't have a detective alias yet, right? This is your chance to pick one. Well, my name is... that? I barely stopped myself from answering Downtown Detective with my real name. Keeping your name secret is the first rule of the Detective Alliance. It could be deadly for your identity to get out between cases. That's why, upon joining the DA, members are given a one-word code name based on a defining characteristic of theirs. That code name is known as the detective alias. I've longed to have one of my own ever since Mr. Gunjoji told me about them. My detective alias is, despite my yearning for one, it's hard to think of anything on the spot. I have no experience, skills, or defining characteristics. To be perfectly honest, I couldn't even begin to guess why I was let into the Detective Alliance. What, is it that hard? You're older than me. Shouldn't you have more life experience? Like, seriously, dude. I can't even with you. Sorry, this is really embarrassing. Well, let's think of one together. What are your skills? Anything you're good at in all the cases you've been in so far? Your nickname is Plot Device. You think it's a well-made series, but not the best, but you like animated movies. Okay. I think it'll be fine, Heather. Enjoy yourself. You deserve it. Jerry, don't be such a downer all the time. Your nickname is Detective? Detective? What? I'm good at finding cats. They like me. Downtown Detective gives a deep sigh. My amateur status fills me with shame. Alrighty then. How about we call you Incompetent Detective? What? Now that's just cruel. You might as well be saying I'm good for nothing. I mean, not that it isn't true, but still. I'd obviously prefer a different name, but before I can object... Hey, everyone, until we think of something better, this here is Incompetent Detective, okay? Nice and humble, fitting for a young man itching to find his place in the world. I see, so it's a caricature of your traits, in the same vein as doleful and workaholic. Right, you're one of us now, Incompetent. A name with which we can call upon your aid deepens our bonds. I am at your service, Sir Incompetent. Picking on the new guy takes me back. Incompetent Detective rapidly gains the approval of the rest. So rapidly that it's too late to dispute it, much to my chagrin. You thought it was a giant backpack? No, it's a wheelchair, wing it. Aw, look how fast your new name caught on. I'm so happy for you, Incompetent. It doesn't make me happy at all. Despite my protests, Downtown Detective ignores me, flashing a devilish smile. Thus did I become Incompetent Detective, an official member of the Detective Alliance. It does, yeah. A bright red carpet covers the floor, and landscape paintings adorn the walls of the corridor. The detectives explain the situation as we walk down this passageway, the scent of the roses on display around us drifting in the air. This location to which you've been brought is an island that doesn't appear on any map. The DA's used it as a base of operation for years. It has two buildings, Snark's, a research facility for investigating support and gear development, and Gormgast, a manor for overnight stays. The original plan was for everyone to discuss the situation in the manor. We were to review dioramas of various quartering duke cases. That was the plan? Rowdy Detective suddenly punches the wall beside her, causing the other nearby walls to tremble from the impact. When we got here, a bunch of detectives from HQ had been snuffed out by poison. All 22 members at the research facility. Gone. All 22 of them. Every hair on my body stands on end at the unthinkable news. Even among history's more infamous mass murders, few had a death toll of more than 20. Killing 22 people at once is beyond all reason. The culprit piled their bodies at the facility's entrance as if they were naught but rubbish. Such savagery is no less than inhuman. Heather, I don't think I've even heard of that. If you're in the Discord, you should, share it. Seeing that heaps of corpses would have killed your appetite big time, Incompetent, and the poisonous gas filling the room would have killed you for real. Oh, Fluffy's here to get the star. Lucky you didn't go in there, huh? A heap of corpses. Just imagining it makes me feel faint. And that's not even taking the deadly gas into account. Maybe Senior Detective knew about that gruesome scene, so he sent me straight to the manor instead. That would also explain why he hid me in the forest and went off on his own. I need to find him soon and thank him for keeping me safe. It was another quartering duke attack, right? We're not sure yet. For how many deaths there were, the clues are awfully scarce. Quartering duke cases always result in two concurrent victims. This crime would appear to have a different modus operandi. Huh. The quartering duke did him in, no doubt. If I catch that bastard skulking around the island, I'ma clean his clock. It's said that the quartering duke has killed over 100 people, but even that was over the course of half a year. On the other hand, murdering 22 people all at once, all of them first-rate detectives no less, could hardly be work of an amateur. I get the impression that he commits grisly deeds for the thrill of it, but otherwise, his identity is a complete mystery. We began our investigation at the research facility, but then the Chief's D-pad received a message from a surviving Alliance member. This game reminds you of an old movie called And Then There Were None. Guy. Interesting. Techie Detective draws out his own D-pad and plays an audio file. This is Senior Detective. Some attacked her facility, all dead. I, hiding in Gormgeist. Chief, meet there. Help. I feel like I have, Guy, but I don't remember. The recording cuts off there. I've at least heard of it. Although the sound was low and full of static, even I could grasp what it signified. That's Senior Detective's voice, isn't it? He's alive then, thank goodness. Yes, I'm certain that's him. Making it through this situation unscathed, it's no wonder he's a legend among detectives. You blame your high school for that? Is he really that incredible? You know, the Dayless Night incident? It still shows up at the news. Not only did he solve it, he's also a founding member of the DA. The Dayless Night incident? Even school textbooks talk about that case. And you're saying he cracked it? I was a kid then, so I don't remember much. But it was the worst terror attack in national history, sparked by a new religious movement. From that event onward, criminal atrocities swept the nation, which is part of why the Detective Alliance was formed. I feel like been quite a few different versions of that movie. Yeah. Solving a case of that magnitude would absolutely qualify him as a legend. Originally, we'd split from the other detectives and headed to the manor to reconvene with Senior. Soothly, it must be a villain most foul for even Sir Senior to be forced into hiding. We must hasten to his aid forthwith. Huh? You mean there are other detectives here besides you guys? For sure. There's what, 6 more investigating the research facility? It's like a detective BOGO sale in there, Lamau. I don't quite get what she means by that, but I guess it is a lot of detectives. I'm still reeling from the heinous murders that we have yet to unravel, but at least now there's a glimmer of hope. I believe we've searched every room, but there's no sign of Senior. Maybe the culprit arrived here before we did? Senior would have realized that and escaped. If the message was intercepted, the culprit could have easily gotten ahead of us. Oh yeah, I can see that happening. It took us, what, 10 minutes to get here? But there's only one path from the facility to here, and it's surrounded by sheer cliffs. No one could escape without us noticing. The detectives process the situation with impressive speed. I'm barely keeping up with as I struggle to understand what it all means. Downtown's casual chit-chat about me is the only thing that makes... Chit-chat is about the only thing that makes any sense to me. This room doesn't get wireless internet either. Why bother having a phone then? Ugh, this is such a major bummer. Even if there were a router here, I doubt it would do you any good. Yes! Heather, I'm so excited for the 100 line. There's supposed to be 100 endings to it, though who knows how differently they'll be. Back, YouTube crashed. Well, welcome back. Welcome back. I know there's not a lot of us here tonight. This one does start a little slow. Oh yeah, why? 'Cause the island's off the grid? Not exactly. I tried connecting to a wired network in the research facility, but I couldn't get it to work at all. I made another attempt here at the manor a moment ago, but that failed too. The island's communications antenna must be down. But our D-pads can still link up to each other, right? What's the diff between that and our smartphones? Well, the D-pads have a unique communication system. As part of the R&D team, I must say, it's truly amazing tech. Basically, it works by... Okay, we get it. So I can't even, like, chat with my followers while we're here? Ugh. Could this be any lamer? You hope the gameplay is worth it and not too hard? Me too. I prefer to see this as an opportunity. An opportunity for us fellow detectives to deepen the bonds of our camaraderie. Yes, it can. That scent. You gotta be kidding me. Rowdy Detective starts crawling on all fours like a dog right at the entrance of the room. Hush, guy. I'm gonna try not to do that. Rowdy Detective starts crawling around on all fours like a dog right at the entrance of the room. She presses her face to the carpet with a sharp expression on her face. What's wrong, Rowdy? Blood. I can smell it. Huh? Silence fills the room. The others all turn to look at Rowdy. Nearly missed it thanks to the rosy smell and red carpet. But the floor's got blood on it, see? From the entrance to them flowers. Rowdy Detective approaches an empty vase and sticks her hand in it, pulling out a bloody knife. Guy. That's bold. You're only completing a couple of them. I'll get them all. I just won't do it all in 1 or 2 streams. I want to get all the achievements for it. I'm gonna get it on Steam after all. Bingo. Don't know which poor mug's sauce this is, but I'll tell you one thing. Some goon was on the loose in here. How did you even notice that smell? The blood is already dry. Been hunting with my old man since I was little. I got the nose of a bloodhound, eyes of a hawk, ears of a rabbit, and a raw macho spirit. I'm not so convinced that helping on hunting trips would give you those kinds of abilities, but it's astonishing nonetheless. Rowdy, that knife wasn't used here, was it? Yep, nothing in this room but traces and stains. Guess they only came by to hide the knife. I can track the scent, but the hall's chock full of roses. It ain't gonna be easy with them smelling up the place. I figured as much, but that said... Techie, might you have an alternative method? Of course. I go by this alias for a reason after all. Techie Detective proudly pulls a cute little machine that resembles a puppy out from his pocket. This is my tracking forensic friend, Sniffy Whiffy. The Alliance helped me develop him. He can tirelessly trace down any scent he registers, and his prime directive is to save lives. Furthermore, he has small rubber treads to cover tricky terrain without disturbing the scene, and can move up to 15 kilometers an hour. He's also equipped with a transmitter so you can monitor him from a D-pad. Plus, he uses the same lithium-ion batteries at the International Space. Yes, that's all very impressive. We'd love to hear more about it later, but for now, why don't we start tracking? Oh, right. Sorry, I get a little carried away when I start talking about my inventions. Techie Detective returns to reality, hanging his head in shame. Now, let's not waste any time. Use this tool. He's not a tool, he's my friend. Don't just treat him like some piece of equipment. Workaholic Detective bows several times in apology for misspeaking. True to his name, he's the very picture of a harried office worker. Techie Detective may seem calm and collected, but careless remarks about his inventions are a clear sore spot of his. I'd better watch my words. Sorry everyone for blowing up like that. Let's get to tracking the scent. Jump faster, Fluffy. There you go. Techie Detective calms down, setting his dog-like tracking machine, Sniffy Whiffy, loose near the bloodstain. Sniffy Whiffy scoots around the floor just like a real dog. He circles around the room a couple of times, then thumps into the room's door. He's on the hunt. Let's open the door and see where he goes. I open the door and Sniffy Whiffy darts out of the room, barreling down the hall towards the stairs. All I can pick up is roses, but he must have zeroed in on the trail of the blood. Huh, how about that? My nose wasn't getting jack squat. Going to microwave some food? That sounds tasty, guy. Have fun. Strictly speaking, it's not the scent, but rather the air particles that he tracks. Hence why he isn't thrown off by other smells in the vicinity. So much for the whole nose of a bloodhound spiel. Can it? My nose is what got us this lead in the first place. Sniffy Whiffy stops at a painting just before the stairs to the entrance hall. Sir Sniffy has halted. Could this be the site of the stabbing? No, Tin for Brains. I don't see a bloodstain, do you? The knife must have been used somewhere else, like behind the painting. Behind it? Whatever could you mean? Is there a world within the painting? To think the stuff of children's fairy tales could actually exist. Relax, Armor. The answer is clear if you think through it logically. Workaholic touches the painting as he inspects the frame. He then gently taps the artwork before pressing his ear against it. Aha! No question about it, there's a hollow space behind this painting, which means that if I shift it like this... Still touching the painting, Workaholic Detective moves his hand. The entire wall around it slides back like a sliding door, revealing a hidden passage. Sniffy Whiffy, who had been waiting in place, begins moving again, right down the newly discovered path. How did you figure that out? Trade secret. You pick up a lot when you've been on the job as long as I have. Dang, Gramps, you got me rethinking my take on you, no cap. I might even like IDK, sort of respect you now. I wish you wouldn't call me that. I'm still in my 20s, you know. Barely, but it still counts. Workaholic Detective turns red in the face as Downtown Detective slaps him on the behind. That blade was used somewhere up ahead. As we all know not what may occur, I shall stand in as the vanguard. Wait up, bucko. It's wide enough for two, see? I'm taking the lead too, so keep your eyes peeled. Keaton Fox. Hi, hello, how are you? Rowdy Detective tries to push forward, but is stopped by Doleful Detective. Actually, would you mind guarding the entrance with Techie in Downtown? Rowdy. I think my abilities could come in handy here. Armor and Doleful are to spearhead our foray into the secret passage, with me and Workaholic Detective following after. Rowdy, Downtown, and Techie Detective would remain at the entryway, acting as lookouts in case the tunnel is a trap. As for why I'm being brought along, it's probably because I won't be able to escape in this tunnel. I'm struck by the fact that Workaholic, the most experienced of the group, has deftly assumed a position beside me. These detectives don't miss a single beat. Alright, Armor and I will lead the way. As he speaks, Doleful and Armor Detective enter the tunnel together. Workaholic and I continue right behind them. The four of us descend down a spiral staircase that winds its way underground. At the bottom is a gloomy underground tunnel. We proceed into it, using the light function on our D-pads to guide the way. The only sounds are our footfalls echoing in the tunnel, as well as Sniffy Whiffy's treads crawling across the floor ahead of us. The air is dusty and reeks of mold, making it hard to breathe. Clearly this place is seldom used. My love of cleanliness aches to ventilate the place. Doleful Detective's eyes narrow as he travels the tunnel. His usual fearful countenance is tense, as if he's an entirely different person. Impressive, is it not? Doleful's intense concentration, that is. Workaholic Detective whispers to me as if he's reading my mind. Ranked number 14, he solved over 100 cases and survived just as many bloody encounters as us veteran detectives. Over 100 cases solved. The idea alone leaves me speechless. We can't be that far apart in age, and yet his track record is on a whole other level. What sort of heroic life has this seemingly gentle boy led up to now? Fluffy, there's a star! What did Doleful mean when he said his abilities could come in handy here? Oh my goodness, you're getting good at that. You'll see soon enough. He possesses what we in the Alliance would call the makings of a great detective. Doleful Detective stops in his tracks. Armor, stop! What happened, Sir Doleful? Your leg is bleeding. Armor shines his D-pad light on Doleful's detective's leg, revealing a trail of blood beneath his knee. Something reflects the light just ahead of them. There's something at your feet. My guess is that it's a trap to ward off intruders. Judging by the texture, it must be some kind of wire. He's right. When I get closer to the reflection, I see red dripping off the extremely fine wire. It was so razor thin and difficult to see that were it not for the blood, it would have been nearly imperceptible, even in direct light. This is the wire saw the Detective Alliance is currently developing. Why would the Alliance make something like this? For cutting locks to enter sealed rooms, or as a means to escape when restrained. Word is that it requires specialty gloves to handle. Best to avoid touching it given its intended use. It's so sharp that with enough pressure it could cut straight through human flesh. It's a good thing I noticed it then. Workaholic Detective produces medication and bandages from his pocket and begins applying first aid to Doleful Detective's leg. This is a rather nasty cut, but you're lucky to get off this lightly. Anyone else would have been liable to lose a leg in your position. Situations like these are about the only time my special skill ends up useful. Special skill? What do you mean by that? For some reason, Doleful Detective struggles to reply. Workaholic steps in to answer on his behalf. Doleful is a danger magnet with a knack for close calls. From traps to wanted criminals to finding murder scenes and even evidence. His innate intuition and powers of insight are what have allowed him to survive such less than fortunate circumstances. So that's how he has the makings of a great detective. In stories, detectives are always expected to survive, even when wrapped up in a personal case, and even when their life is on the line. And now, I am standing in front of a real-life detective who embodies that very trope. It's not that impressive. In fact, I'd say I just bring misfortune to everyone and everything around me. It's kind of a miserable existence. Doleful Detective's expression flickers as he touches the bandage on his wrist. The countless traces of medical attention covering his body showed just how much suffering he's constantly endured. Still, it's made me more sensitive to threats than the average person. I can always sense when I'm in danger, so just think of me as your shield. I see the resolve within Doleful Detective's eyes as he speaks. He and I may look similar. I might even be the older one. But nothing in me competes with that look. We couldn't be further apart. Sir Doleful, you needn't be so reserved. Armor Detective abruptly swings forward. He then swings his arm up before bringing it down to chop the wire before us. Armor Detective? That wire can cut steel. Just because you're wearing protective covering doesn't mean... Fear not. The suit in which I am clad is a product of my family's long-held secrets. Behold the strongest armor known to man. The wire parts with ease. Sure enough, Armor Detective doesn't have a single scratch on him. Both Doleful and Workaholic widen their eyes in incredulity. No matter the trap, mine armor shall prevail. Set your minds at ease and allow me to take the lead. But putting me in front will minimize the total risk for our team as a whole. I can't stand idly whilst my companions are hurt. Despite my inadequacies, I hastened here to be an aegis for each of you. Armor Detective speaks with a calmness that eases Doleful Detective's taunt expression. Despite the latter's brave front, he might have been nearing his limit. Thank you, Armor. In that case, I'll stay back a bit and keep an eye out. Armor Detective takes the lead as Doleful acts as a lookout behind him. Armor, I can sense a threat right in front of me, about head high. Another wire, eh? Understood. Without a second thought, Armor Detective swings his hand toward the area Doleful Detective indicated. Chop, chop, chop. Sometimes Doleful's warnings come too late, and Armor runs into a wire, but even then it never leaves a mark. We continue safely through the darkness, until, based on the signal the tracker has stopped 5 meters ahead, it would seem we've arrived at the scene where the knife was used. We finally make it to the end of the tunnel with 0 injuries, save for Doleful Detective, of course. Sniffy Whiffy is parked right in front of a steel door, which means the bloody knife we found earlier must have been used right behind it. I hate to ask, Armor, but would you mind taking point? No need to apologize, Sir Workaholic. My armor exists for the very moments I must forge such paths. And yet, Armor Detective looks tense as he cautiously touches the doorknob. Goosebumps ripple across my body. Deep down, I get the overwhelming urge to scream, "Don't open it!" It's as if my mind somehow knows that what we're about to see is truly horrific. I have an extremely bad feeling about this. I shall open the door on the count of 3. 1, 2... The doorknob makes a click as it turns. My heart rate leaps, but I can't bring myself to look away. 3. A blinding light flashes as the door opens, forcing me to avert my eyes. On top of that, a metallic stench envelops me. The way it sticks to my throat makes me cough. However, none of the other detectives show even a hint of fear as they proceed beyond the door. I hurry to follow them, but at that moment... Yeah! Doleful Detective's cry echoes out. As I step into the room, the first thing I see is the ground dyed in crimson. The red spreads across so much of the floor that at first I mistake it for a carpet pattern. But there's no way that's the case. Despite my hateful disbelief, the smell filling the air tells me that this is blood. With each breath, the metallic stench fills my lungs, my stomach, my whole body. I'm assailed by an overwhelming urge to vomit. If I lose focus for even a moment, I know I'll wind up spilling my guts out. Upon closer inspection, I notice something floating in the ocean of gore. It's large and reminds me of a caterpillar. 4 other long, thin objects surround it. In a way, they resemble a quartet of lifeboats, all rowing in different directions away from a sinking ship. But in truth, they're human limbs scattered about across the floor. Before us is a scene devoid of life. A man whose name I don't know gazes at me, his head half submerged in a sanguine sea. My eyes are transfixed as I stand there in a daze. There's a biting chill as if the temperature has dropped by quite a few degrees. My hands and legs tremble. I can barely stand. Every ounce of strength leaves my body, which no longer feels like my own. I muster up all the willpower I can, only to topple over on the spot. Is this all just a bad dream? First crime scene, huh? I know it's hard to take in, but try not to look away. Without any concern to spare for me, Workaholic walks towards the pool of blood. Doleful, Armor, head back up and fetch the other 3 detectives. After that, I'd like you to ask the chief to come to the manor. He sums up the heart of the matter in a low voice. It's a homicide. Someone has murdered Senior Detective. Regardless of how detached he remains while objectively stating facts, it doesn't change the reality we're facing. A middle-aged man's corpse lies dismembered, his limbs strewn across the floor we stand in. For the first time in my life, I am confronted with a murder scene. Chapter 1. The Case of the Dismembered Detective. We all still here? We all still okay? You returned with white cheddar cheese macaroni with bacon. Oh my god, Guy K, that sounds amazing. I might make myself macaroni and cheese tonight after stream. That sounds like a really good plan. I stand in a corner, my mind completely blank. How's the game going? I mean, we got our first murder. Like, murder that we're actually going to investigate. This is my first time witnessing a murder scene in person. Saika's death is seared in my mind, but this is different. Someone I know lies torn to pieces in a vivid sea of blood, dead. Oh, okay, Guy. I think I've had what you're having before. I'm no great detective, and although I tried to steel myself, coming face to face with a scene like this has me too weak to stand. Even once I regained my footing, my legs still struggle to remain upright. The metallic stench of fresh blood is one I'll never be able to get used to. I breathe through my mouth as much as possible. If I had the choice, I'd sprint out of this room at this very second. Workaholic detective ignores me as he investigates the corpse with meticulous efficiency. You add hot sauce to it? Sometimes Frank's red hot sauce? I don't like spicy food, really. It messes with my stomach, and I don't handle it well. He and the victim must have been well acquainted. His pained look when we found the body suggests that his mental burden is far greater than mine. Yet despite that, he shows no sign of weakness. How much experience solving homicides would it take to become a detective like him? I can't even fathom it, the way I am now. The other detectives, who had been summoned by Dutiful Detective, are unable to hide their shock at the sight. What's the big idea here? I thought Pops was supposed to have made it. Did he get off while we were rushing over here? That's like so sad it's not even funny. But that doesn't make any sense. We arrived at the manor 20 minutes after Senior Detective's message. For someone to chop up a body to this extent, hide the weapon, and escape in that amount of time, it's scientifically impossible. This level of blood loss would preclude livor mortis, and rigor mortis hasn't even set in yet. I may be stating the obvious since he called us just prior, but the state of coagulation indicates that he was killed less than half a day ago. Let's re-establish the order of events. Senior contacted us at 12:40. We then split into teams and headed to Gormgast from Snarks. Since we arrived right at 1300, we can safely assume the crime occurred in the 20 minutes it took to travel from the facility to the manor. Question, teacher. Isn't there a chance the criminal could have, booked it before we left Snarks? Not at all. We headed to Gormgast as soon as Senior contacted us. Had the killer tried to escape, we'd have surely seen them en route. Thus, the killer must have been within the manor when we arrived. I can hoof it for days, but it'd still take me 10 minutes to run down the hill to the facility. Your theory checks out. So the key question is this. Is the perpetrator still inside? Let's consider the time frame for when they could have made their escape. We found Incompetent in the entrance hall and spoke for a time, then made our way upstairs 15 minutes later, so around 13:15. After that, thanks to Rowdy and Techie, we discovered the hidden passageway at 13:34. You can see the entire entrance hall from the corridor before the hidden passage, so escaping undetected would be a challenge. If the killer was in the manor, their only chance to escape would be the 20 minutes we spent investigating the second floor. Ergo, it's highly probable that they are, in fact, still within the manor. But wouldn't 20 minutes be more than enough time to slip away? You could make it outside easily enough, but the real problem comes after that fact. There's only one path from here to Snark's, and no place to hide. The jig would be up if you were seen from a window. It simply isn't realistic. Exactly. I actually made a point of checking out the windows, but I didn't see anything or anyone suspicious. Hold up. No one's in the entrance hall right now. Isn't that like, you know, kind of sketch? Like they could totally escape whenever. Oh, that's perfectly alright. The chief is heading over from Snark's as we speak. If the killer tries to flee now, they're certain to get caught before they make it down the mountain path. Which means the foul slayer does indeed still lurk within these walls. Alright then. In that case, let's head back up on the double. It's time for a good old-fashioned manor mouse hunt. Just a moment. There's a more viable method than hiding out in the manor for all this time. Workaholic points directly at me, drawing the focus of all the other detectives. Incompetent. If you're the killer, then there is no issue regarding the timing. It would all be entirely feasible. Huh? My voice cracks as I'm caught completely off guard. Me? The killer? How does that make any sense? It's simple. All you'd need to do is hack up Senior, then lie in the entrance hall faking unconsciousness. Easily done in 20 minutes. The art style and character designs are really good. They are, guy. If the culprit was unable to escape the manor, we can only assume that said culprit is you. What are you saying? There's no way I could chop someone apart in 20 minutes. Not to mention all the wires that were set up along the underground passage. How would I have gotten past those? I raised my voice in protest without thinking. Even with armor and Doleful's help, getting through that passage took 5 minutes. It's hard to imagine anyone like me with no special traits making it through so quickly. Ah, there's the real conundrum. I figure you use some sort of trick. At any rate, I doubt it's necessarily impossible. What do you mean? Listen closely. Can you hear the voices above us? He's right. If I strain my ears, I can pick up sounds coming down from the ceiling. Who are they coming from, though? We should be the only people inside the manor right now. In terms of layout, our current location is directly beneath the entrance hall. I presume that what we're hearing is the chief arriving at the manor. As this basement is likely a hiding spot, there may be extra space between the floorboards so that noise can drift in from above. Now that he mentions it, my own eyes spot gaps in the ceiling where light is filtering through. As Workaholic Detective said, it must be coming from the entrance hall above us. Regardless, the rooms are vertically adjoined. One could greatly reduce the time required to move between them by means of some gimmick. You could, say, tamper with the floor of the entrance hall, creating a gap wide enough for a person to slip through the basement ceiling. Workaholic's relentless reasoning leaves me overwhelmed. Even if there is a gap, there's no way someone my size could fit through it. Still, he's right about one thing. The entrance hall and the basement are awfully close together. How can I possibly clear my name now that we know it's possible to move between them? Aren't you jumping to some major conclusions here? It's not like you could prove there isn't a hole connecting the ceiling to the entrance. Your whole probato diabolica is just bullying him into a corner. Like, talk about a total mood killer. Lady Downtown has the right of it. So long as any such gimmick remains hidden, your accusation is out of the question. Perchance my plasma knuckles, capable of winning any bout, could make such a hole, but still. A punched out hole wouldn't close back up anyway. First things first, is it even possible to dismember an adult male to this extent within 20 minutes? Even if the killer themselves is male, they would need an extremely deft-handed amputation to pull off something so difficult. Not like you'd need to skin him or bleed him out. Any hunter could do it. Hell, it would have been a snap if I was the crook. So it's safe to assume you're the culprit then. I just bet I could is all. There's no time to deal with all that spurtin' blood anyhow. Actually, I'd say there was. Workaholic probably shares my thoughts on that. So you noticed it as well. It's true, one could dismember a body in a short span of time if they used those wires we encountered. As he speaks, Workaholic holds up a blood-drenched wire. Unpleasant as it is, I'm reminded of how easily Doleful Detective's leg was cut earlier. You mean someone used this wire on Senior Detective? Yes, in fact, it's possible that Senior Detective was already wrapped up in these wires when he got in contact with us. He may have done so under duress, after which the wires were pulled, slicing him into pieces. All that remains then is for the culprit to escape. I chanced on one of those wires again when I went to get the others. My foot happened to slip on it since it was coated in blood. Based on the amount of blood, it's clearly not the same wire you first encountered. The killer must have anticipated us getting past the wires in the passage and discarded it on the floor there. Or perhaps the killer themselves set the traps in order to hide the murder weapon. Either way, we have no recourse but to suspect incompetent for now. Speak up if you have any objections. I didn't do it! I shout on impulse. Regrets fill me almost immediately. I'd say the same thing if I was guilty, as would anybody in my shoes. Did I guess the mastermind when I first played this game? I know I got it a good point before the ending, like before it was actually revealed. And honestly, playing it again, I think I remember who it was. But it was really, the game is really well crafted, guy. I think you'll be surprised. I refuse to believe Incompetent did it, but that's all the more reason for us to find out what really happened. Agreed. I don't want to accept that a fellow DA member could do such a thing, but as a detective, pursuing the truth is paramount. Workaholic fixes me with a steely look. I want to speak up, but I don't know what to say. I've reached my limits just processing all these theories. There's no room for me to make my own deductions. Hold up, ain't the idea of Incompetent being the perp a bit too, I don't know, far-fetched? If you ask me, we got the wrong guy here. Do you have evidence to support this? I'd like to know why you don't suspect Incompetent. Call it a gut feeling. I'm usually dead on the money with these sorts of things. That's downright scientifically impossible. We need to base our investigation on solid proof and logic. Back off, Poindexter. You looking for a fight? Okay, time out. No more fighting, guys. You're, like, seriously harshing my vibe. But that little punk was the one who... Look, it's not like Techie said he was full-on suspects Incompetent or whatever, am I right? Precisely. I simply believe it's too early to confirm or deny that hypothesis. We can't rule out either conclusion yet. The culprit could have fled, but they could also be inside the building. Oh, sorry about that. I might have gotten ahead of myself there. Again. Workaholic Detective claps his hands, interrupting the discussion. It appears we have a number of opinions. I'm going to the entrance hall to meet the chief. Let's investigate this individually after that. A halt, Sir Workaholic. We have many a detective assembled here already. Ought we not join forces and confront this case together? Perhaps, but even in this short amount of time, our conflicting opinions have already come to light. Each of us seeks to tackle this case through a starkly different approach. Collaborating in these conditions would only work against us. Dropped off the stuff you entered into the fair today? What? What guy? I concur. I'll proceed with my investigation in my own way, calmly and scientifically. What's with that glare? You got a bone to pick with me or something? I already apologized. At the end of the day, I'm human. I'm gonna get where I need to be by following my heart. That alone ought to disqualify you from this line of work. Like hell, it's all over once a detective forgets what it means to be human. Oh my god, just cool it already. I literally just asked you not to fly off the handle. Oh, okay. Downtown Detective does her best to intervene as Rowdy shouts at Techie. Doleful stands beside the three of them, flustered and directionless, as Armor and Workaholic continue their heated debate. It doesn't seem like the investigation is going to start anytime soon. Just like Workaholic Detective said, everyone's playing this by their own rules, so no one is taking the lead. Everyone. I want to suggest we all work together, but the words die in my throat. There's no way I could be so bold when I'm the prime suspect. I know that, and yet, I feel like I need to say something. My fist clenches. Unlike me, each of the detectives here has their own talents and strengths. It's my incompetence that really drives home how amazing they are. But that's exactly why I need to speak up now. Now's not the time for arguing, wouldn't you say? I chime in, but my voice comes out so softly that no one hears me. Together, these detectives could solve any case, and yet here they are arguing. That angers me far more than being a suspect. I failed to save someone again, even though Senior Detective was so close by. Donut. What's the point of being a detective if all I can do is sit around and watch these things happen? My self-loathing mounts as I listen to them bicker amongst each other. My position in this situation doesn't matter. What happens to me isn't as important as getting these detectives to work as a team. Everyone, please listen. The other detectives turn to face me. Naturally, they all look rather dubious. I falter for a moment, but desperately push on. I know a lot of you suspect me. That's fine. There's a lot to suspect, and I understand that. Just drop by to say hi. Hi, Evulite. Welcome in. Even if you're just dropping by. But can't you all at least try to cooperate? The gas station gets it from a local place? Donut. Oh no, not more catnip. Oh my god, what are all these high rolls tonight? No sis for you. Cooperate. That's a tall order. Our personal modes of investigation are hardly compatible. I'm always down for a collab, but you're kind of asking for the impossible right now. I mean, we couldn't even agree on whether or not you're the prime suspect. That's why I want everyone to agree on what direction to take. What direction to take? That's right. Although I'm too tense to make a proper response, I force my voice out, trying to be bold as I give the detectives my suggestion. Please, proceed with your investigation under the presumption that I did it. If you start there, you'll be less likely to have any more arguments like this one, right? The detectives fall silent. Maybe telling them to suspect me was too brazen to move after all. Is your head screwed on wrong or something? After all the effort we spend defending you, have you you got the guts to ask to be the suspect? Have you lost your goddamn marbles? I beseech you not to give up, Sir Incompetent. What has become of your resolve? I'm not giving up. It's not as if I want to be the main suspect here. But it'd be even worse if the investigation stalled out because of me. I'm staking my safety on your deductive reasoning. I raise my voice with all my strength, my trembling hands balling into fists. I trust all of you far more than my own incompetence. If you work together, I know the truth will come out. I'm sure you'll prove I didn't do it. The detectives silently take in my words. Not one of them speaks up. They all simply stare at me, incredulous. I guess my suggestion was overstepping my bounds. I've only made them all even more distrustful of me. But I don't regret it. I'd much rather have these outstanding detectives suspect me than continue arguing in vain. So you insist that because we're on the case, we'll end up proving you aren't the culprit? Such words make one feel blessed to be a detective. Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I hear a cold, beautiful voice behind me. My breath catches as I turn around. Just how should we respond when a suspect gives a statement like that? Continue to argue, never find any common ground, or take action swiftly and promptly? I eagerly await your answer. Yeah, good luck, Heather. Hopefully you find something that suits you. Her hair is white as snow, her gleaming eyes purple like hydrangeas, her skin smooth with features like a porcelain doll. Snoke, hey, hi, hello, how are you? At our back stands a far from ordinary girl. The others are visibly thrown off by her arrival. It's clear she stands out, even among these prominent detectives. Chief, why are you here? I specified that I would meet you at the entrance when you arrived. Do you truly believe I would wait idly by when my dear friend, senior detective, has been murdered? Out of the question. I left our colleagues to themselves and went ahead on my own. The girl workaholic called Chief speaks without a hint of timidity. Footsteps sound out from the passageway. Evidently, the other detectives followed her lead, heading to this room. We never told you about this basement, did we? We figured it'd be better that way, so no one would get hurt inside the tunnel. I noticed an echo beneath my feet upon entering, so I placed my ear to the floor, and what should I hear but your voices? From there I deduced the general layout and discovered the secret path that had been left open. Hardly a mystery, really. The chief shares her amazing feats as though they were simply a matter of course. We worked so hard to find this underground room, and yet she found it by merely touching the floor. No wonder the others around looked shocked. Huh? I startle as the girl gives me a smile. Compared to how she treats the others, her gaze on me feels more personal. No, I'm probably mistaken. I must be. So, you're the newcomer I've been hearing about. I am Ideal Detective. I lead the team working to stop the Quartering Duke. Your spirited appeal earlier was admirable. I'm expecting much of you, so keep at it, and never hesitate to share your thoughts. I apologize for losing my composure just now. Once the other detectives arrive, I'll brief you all on the situation and give my impressions. Thank you, Workaholic. That would be much appreciated. But first, allow me to clear up a certain misconception you seem to be laboring under. Each and every member of the Quartering Duke investigation is a suspect. You, I, or any of us have the means to carry out this murder. What? Commotion erupts as the detectives speak over each other. Which, of course, is unsurprising. Other than me, no one else was in the manor at the time Senior Detective died. On top of that, the murder required enough time for a full dismemberment. In what possible way could he have been killed? Ideal Detective only just arrived here, but her hydrangea-like eyes glimmer like gems, as if they've picked up on something. The outline of the case is clear. All that remains is for us to pool our efforts and ascertain the reality of the situation. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe it's time to make our reprisal. Soon enough, the other detectives join us at the scene. God damn it, Senior, to think your time would come so soon. Just how many trials does the Lord expect us to endure? I vow that I, Mr. Detective, shall send the culprit straight to hell. Mark my words, Quartering Duke. The flames below burn hot. But you weren't even close to Senior Detective, the girl says, coldly stating the facts. You mustn't mock our bond, Bookie. Members of the DA are spiritually bound, soulmates. The extent of our interactions is irrelevant. Repulsive spiritual intimacy aside, I concur. The Quartering Duke must pay, the girl said, fist shaking at the thought of her adversary. A middle-aged man in anachronistic Western garments and a black-haired girl clutching a hardcover book approached the body, chatting. The man has the mien of a seasoned veteran. The girl, on the other hand, looks around 10, yet doesn't flinch at the sight of a corpse. Both of them must be experienced detectives. I, Posh Detective, ranked 5th in the DA, have already arrived at the crux of this mystery. The woman, dressed so elegantly that she looks out of place, jabs a finger at me. Our culprit is the commoner found unconscious. Incompetent detective. The hastily hidden knife on the second floor proves he is unable to escape. Oh dear me, there I go again, demonstrating my incredible acumen. Perhaps this time I took the reins as chief instead. Now hold on a minute, didn't I reject that theory just now? I beg your pardon. Her theory is the one that's utter hogwash, I'm sure. Isn't that right, gourmet detective? The woman called Posh Detective speaks to someone in a motorcycle suit, who smiles as if she's enjoying herself. I wonder about that. Anyway, I don't smell Renegade lingering around. Where'd he go? Snack break? Upon arriving, he decided to abstain, stating that this case didn't interest him. I imagine you'll find him napping in the first floor living room. Guy, interesting. Napping? Even though Senior Detective, a legend in our field, has been killed? Why, I never. Just what is that man thinking? Renegade's non-conforming nature is his strong suit. I'm sure he'll put his talents to use later on. So let's leave him be for now. Lenient leadership like this is why high-ranking detective agents defy your orders. Classified detective and detective gentleman didn't even deign to show up. On the honor of the Pinkerton name, I swear I will wrest the title of chief from you. Ideal Detective doesn't flinch, and merely smiles at Posh Detective's belligerence. Thank you, Posh. Zealous subordinates such as yourself allow me to plunge into my work without fear, despite the risk. Should the enemy ever succeed in removing me from the front lines, I entrust the Detective Alliance to you. I'll thank you not to speak of such ominous things. Your achievements far surpass mine. Nothing of this sort could ever happen. I shall supplant your position by my own merits. I'm sure of it. My destined rival. Workaholic Detective explains the situation to those who arrive from the facility. Once he's finished, Ideal Detective addresses us. As you can see, Senior Detective, believed to be the last surviving member from Detective Alliance headquarters, has been murdered. which means in all likelihood that the perpetrator is a part of the DA as well. Tensions rise across the room. Some detectives look at each other while others turn their gazes at me. It doesn't seem like they're going to stop suspecting me anytime soon. That common pleb simply must be the killer. My high-born brain cells reassure me so. I agree. Rationally speaking, no else but incompetent could be the culprit. His story is dubious from A to Z. Though you too are of common birth, your words ring true. I grant you leave to sing my praises, workaholic detective, loud and clear. I wasn't actually praising you. Let's begin by clearing up the most fundamental misapprehension. Incompetent detective is no intruder. I personally invited him to our meeting as a formal member. You personally invited him? But why? Alright, guy, what's your crazy theory? Workaholic addresses the elephant in the room. Even though I'm hearing this for the first time, I have no idea what she intends for me. As if sensing my confusion, Ideal Detective's eyes meet my own. Those hydrangea-hued irises implore me to trust her. It's simple, really. I wish to have the person I trust most at my side. He may not remember, but he once saved my life. I consider his potential abilities to be no less than extraordinary. I requested that Senior Detective invite him to this island, but didn't anticipate his methods would involve kidnapping and confinement. Workaholic Detective's mouth hangs open as Ideal Detective casually explains the unexpected. Oh, here we go. Guy's theory. Maybe I'll make a short out of this. If it pops up. I see it on the other screen. I can't really read it because it's small. Looks like it's not going to. Is the stream almost done? I'm probably going to go a bit longer. Ideal Detective planned all of this with maybe the help of someone else. Maybe to get revenge on the people from 10 years ago. And have Incompetent save her in a different timeline like Zara's Escape 999. Interesting, guy. You're so tired. I'm probably going at least another hour, Heather. You just got here, so you have no idea what's going on. Okay. We have been recruited into this detective alliance. We get to the island. The guy that recruited we find him dead. Basically. That's basically all that's happened. It's a long preamble, a long opening. We haven't even gotten to the gameplay elements yet. I want to at least get to some of that. Which makes sense. This is an extreme mixture of business and private affairs. I can tell he is in no state to even begin to question her. Not to mention, I'm quite surprised myself. I saved her life, but we've only just met. I have more questions than I can count, but at the very least, this does make me seem a bit less suspicious. Now's not the time to make any clumsy comments, so I stay quiet and let Ideal Detective take the floor. That's fair, Heather. You know, have a good rest. When you do go. Neko's chat on screen failing us with showing your crazy theory because it knows you're right. I mean, so this game prologue is as long as Kingdom Hearts? Fluffy, get that star. Senior Detective got murdered. Yeah, basically. Oh, Fluffy! Jeez, you've gotten really good at that. Is that really it? Something smells fishy to me. It's true what they say. Your nose is unmatched, but please suspect away. There's nothing to feel guilty about. So, if Incompetent isn't the killer, who is? All of us, save for Incompetent, were in the research facility when Senior got in touch with us, so we were all away from the scene. Excellent question, Doleful. That very occurrence is what caused you all to suspect Incompetent, correct? That was the culprit's first trap. Senior Detective's message was not, in fact, sent from down in this basement. But Senior Detective was unquestionably killed here just after making contact, wasn't he? The girl asked the chief with full sincerity. No one's tired? No, not really. Oh, at least it's a small amount of catnip this time, and no sips for you! I have it. His spirit was compelled to contact us post-mortem. Quite possible with the right voodoo ritual. Keep quiet, you occult-obsessed twit, snapped the girl, scolding the man for his useless comment. Naturally, mystic is incorrect, but making the dead speak is a step in the right direction. I've tested it, and this basement has no signal. Contacting the outside simply isn't possible from in here. I beg your pardon. The other detectives pipe up in shock. Does this mean that Senior Detective was restrained somewhere other than the basement when he made contact? Hey, no personal information in the chat, guys. We're not gonna, I understand, you know, talking about stuff like that, but that's a little bit personal. And we don't do any personal information in the chat. Thank you. That can't be right. There were 20 minutes between the message being sent and the detective's arrival at the manor. Yeah, Cherry, Australia is a massive place. And so are other things, but we're not going to talk about personal information because that just leads way to more personal information. Kirby. And also, if someone shared, oh, I'm from this area, that would be fine. But I think that, no offense, Heather, but asking where someone's from is, I think, going past the line. And I understand, you know, it's normally to be curious. I mean, Cherry, I don't think they're wrong. Anywho, it would be impossible to drag someone down that narrow, wire-filled passage, not to mention dismembering them in so short a time frame. It's a fact that Senior contacted us, no? If not from the basement, how else could he have done it? It's a simple trick, really, once you've thought it out. The culprit imitated Senior's voice, just as I'm doing right now. Ideal Detective sounds just like Senior Detective as she speaks. If my eyes were closed, I may well have mistaken her for the man himself. She's that skilled at impersonating him. Vocal mimicry, That's certainly a possibility if the killer is the kind of person I imagine them to be. Hating on Cherry is cool now? That's not hating on Cherry. You take things a little too personally sometimes. Vocal mimicry. I've heard about this historical skill from my mentor. It originated from the Edo period theater. He told me how there were established modes of practice, and that in the DA where disguises often come in handy. Many were experts at the art. Though I doubt I could ever master it, no matter how hard I tried. Is that why you're so certain the culprit is a part of the Detective Alliance? If a traitor lurks in our midst, then a massacre at Snark's would be plausible enough, as would the idea of a fake message from Senior Detective. Such criminal acts would be feasible for another detective, paradoxically increasing the odds that one of us is indeed the culprit. Exactly. A mere intruder killing 22 research facility detectives would be inconceivable. This was most assuredly an inside job. Yeah, I did the same thing, Heather. We were unable to control our turmoil when we discovered the bodies in the facility, and so did the traitor among us bide their time. The killer would have an easy time manipulating us through a call, a far easier time than slipping up through the ceiling to the entrance hall. Hold up, I don't care how cool detectives are, no way they can just copy people's voices. Hi, hello, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I saw those hearts sprouting from that egg. And I was just like, it's aloe. Verily, my training earned me mighty thews, yet my vocal cords remained middling at best. Such mimicry is out of the question. I'll concede that it couldn't normally be done, but we are facing someone who easily slew a dozen of our comrades. No normal killer, to be sure. If we are professionals in logic and reason, then our opponent is a specialist in homicide. One or two impossible feats would hardly faze them. Gacha game was fun? Scary real? Oh no. It's been 1 year since the dude you're subscribed to last made a video and just got recommended his new video from like 3 days ago? Neat. Even the names are like down to Kingdom Hearts. So everybody's got a code name. So like there's Downtown, there's Ideal, there's Workaholic, there's Doleful, there's Gourmet, there's Posh, there's Bookie, and Mystic, and Armor, and we're incompetent. Don't let your perception limit your perspective. Bodily alterations, unfeasible acts, a murderous fiend will stop at nothing to achieve their aims. Both of them fall silent at Ideal Detective's words. Her persuasiveness holds a weight that brooks no argument. If that phone message was falsified, Chief, then by the time we received it, Senior was... Precisely. He was already dead, or at least in no state to speak. The culprit used the call to tamper with the chronology of the crime. So the dismembered body is meant to make us think this was done by the Quartering Duke, as well as distort the time of death. How ingenious. My deepest apologies for allowing the killer's ploy to deceive me. It would seem I still have much more to learn. Workaholic Detective hangs his head. Ideal Detective smiles gently at him before continuing to speak. The culprit set up Senior's death in here and fled with his D-pad. Then, per their plan, they contacted me as we investigated Snarks. In doing so, they summoned the DA members to the manor so that Senior's body would be discovered. Hold up, boss. We all heard that recording you made of old Senior's message, right? Is it even remotely scientifically impossible that none of us would notice his voice wasn't the same? That would be due to the peculiarities of the human memory. The human brain excels at recalling visuals, but struggles to do the same with linguistic and auditory information. Because of this, it's not uncommon for people to be incapable of identifying a caller on the phone, even if it's someone they know well. They often say a client's name is easier to remember when associated with a voice or face. Things grow hazier with words and sound alone. They do talk a lot. Yeah, sometimes once you hear a person's name on the phone, your memory makes the connection with their voice. Same diff. Bank transfer scams are a prime example. The scammer begins by providing the caller's name, so you fall for it even if their voice doesn't match. You end up convincing yourself that any oral discrepancies are the result of a poor connection. Speaking of, Old Man Senior's message was like totally screwy with static. I could barely hear him. Was that just a cover-up? Likely so. The whole thing seems contrived. If you knew all this, then why respond to the summons? Dispatching detectives to follow the whims of a killer. The gall. Because I wanted to believe it was him. For the first time, Ideal's expression grows dark and serious. If the culprit was impersonating Senior, it meant he couldn't speak. It meant I would never see him alive again. That was why I decided to split our forces in two, all the while hoping that Senior still lived. By virtue of their self-defense expertise, I sent Armor and Rowdy to the manor in case there were any traps. But as you can tell, my conjecture was right on the mark. I have never detested my power of insight as much as I do today. Her mirthless, sorrowful laughter startles me. I realize now those skilled at detective reasoning can also foresee the grim future. Ideal Detective predicted the death of her friend. The pain she's feeling must be greater than I can even imagine. However, a detective's job is not to lament tragedies, but to unravel the truth behind them and reverse their bleak outcomes. Our 23 murdered comrades will not go unavenged. On this you have my word. Ladies and gentlemen, I call upon your aid. If all 13 of us combine our efforts, I know for a fact that we can stop the Quartering Duke. I realize that everyone is silent. Ooh, that's my battery level on my controller. Let me plug that in. It's incredible to think they were all arguing just moments ago. In such a short amount of time, the strength of her ability and the resolve has gained trust of her fellow detectives. Now, without further ado, there's something I'd like us all to investigate. I'll send the details via D-pad. For now, please go where instructed. I have a vague sense of what really happened here. By the time you finish, the truth should take shape and reveal itself before us. Ladies and gentlemen of the Detective Alliance, let us reverse this tragedy. Oh my god, Aloe, they're trying to get me really high tonight. They've literally dropped so much catnip onto my plate. After receiving directions from my ideal detective, the others take their leave from the basement to begin their investigations. We had been divided into teams of 3, leaving Ideal Detective, Armored Detective, and myself with the crime scene. Ideal Detective appears to be deep in thought, so I decided to join Armored Detective in examining the body. True to the Quartering Duke's name, the victim's head, arms, and legs have all been severed away from the torso. The more I look, the more horrific the manner of death appears. It's so savage, I can't believe the culprit is even human. But the cruel truth is inescapable. What lies before us is the depraved work of not a monster, but a person. Sir Incompetent, even if the culprit used a wire, do these cross-sections on the corpse not appear too clean to you? The cross-sections. Grudgingly, I take a closer look at the severed parts. They've been cut so perfectly straight, it seems unnatural. Surely a human body couldn't be easy to slice clean through. We got evidence! Finally, we actually have something! No matter how keen a wire's edge may be, by no means could a mere human strength saw through a limb in one smooth stroke. When cutting paper with scissors, the blade's path shifts each time you part and join them, does it not? Fluffy goes sleep now. Bye, Fluffy. Have a good night. Wait, so then the culprit didn't use human strength, but rather some other method to wind the wire around Senior Detective? Another method? Of course, this could only mean... It could only mean... I haven't the faintest clue. Me neither. Oh my god, more catnip! Guys, I'm getting a little high here. Stop. Ah. Both of our shoulders droop. Come to think of it, why is blood dripping from the ceiling? Does human blood have the force to spray that high into the air? You're right. The whole ceiling's splattered red. What could have caused that? Eureka! Did you figure something out, Armor? Indeed, I have determined that we are woefully unfit for this task. 'Twould seem mystery solving is far beyond our ken. You don't mince words, do you? Chat is corrupting you. Hope I'm happy. True to his appearance, Armor really does fall on the bronze end of the spectrum. It takes all kinds to be a detective, I guess. However, being that I'm the top suspect in this case, his candor and utter lack of suspicion are a total relief. Though he does strike me as a kind of enigma for now. I see you've managed to relax a bit, Incompetent. Ideal detective approaches, visibly enjoying herself. I'm glad that deer in the headlights look from before has melted away, though I suppose it did have its charm. Were you able to sort out whatever was on your mind, Ideal? Yes, I've nearly deduced every element of this case. All that's left is to have the rest of you set to work finding the evidence. Will you wing it? Oh no. We've only just started, and she's pieced together the truth of the situation. With intellect like hers, it's no wonder she's the de facto head and second highest ranked member of the DA. If I may, Lady Ideal, wherefore did you station me here? I scarcely believe you would require my assistance. Oh my gosh. No tips for you! I'm about to disable the catnip command. Like, seriously. You would be correct. Frankly, I have low expectations of you, Armor, as far as your powers of deduction are concerned. Ideal gives a quick, straightforward reply, to the point where it's almost impressive. However, no one defends others with as much sincerity as you. Your personality impacts the team far more than you realize. It's because Incompetent feels comfortable around you that he's able to tackle the case with a calm mind. Isn't that right? I nod. She's hit the nail on the head. I'm much more at ease now than when everyone was clustered around me earlier. It's probably due to how much I already trust Armor, as well as how confident I am that he would protect me from danger. Turn this down just a little. Though if I'm being honest, there's nothing more in here worth examining at this stage. Come again. So, all of our investigative efforts were for nothing? However, that is precisely why I can say with certainty that you were on the right track. Wonderfully done, both of you. Were another detective skilled in deduction around, I'm sure you would have picked up on a multitude of other points. Our success lies in teamwork. Consider how much progress was made by combining your strengths, rather than working alone. If I kept you here with me because I was positive that you would understand how crucial that concept can be. If nobody got Incompetent, then he knows Armor got him. Yeah, true. Ideal Detective's voice brushes against us with gentle comfort. At this moment, I see her not as our mature, mysterious leader, but for the young girl she is, as if her mask has slipped off. Now then, let's give the other detectives their next instructions. And stick close if you would. I wish to avoid moving alone. With that, Ideal Detective leads us out of the basement. There's nary a soul before the passageway. Where could the other detectives have gone to investigate? Perhaps you should try using the map function on your D-pad. As she speaks, Ideal Detective shows us the screen on her own device. Oh my goodness, we're finally getting to the actual movement parts. This is a map of the manor. See how each detective's position is marked? Anyone who has the location sharing feature turned on will appear here. It's set to on by default, but there are times when you may prefer to turn it off, such as when visiting the restroom. Incredible, you can see where everybody is at just a glance. But I do not spy Lady Downtown, Sir Workaholic, or Lady Rowdy. Indeed, I asked them to stand guard outside. There's a possibility the culprit may have fled there, you see. What? Then let us sally forth as well. We cannot allow the fair maidens to stroll about outside whilst a killer is on the prowl. Sorry, you're still here just editing. Well, that's cool, Ethan. I don't mind. Edit away. Honestly, good for you. Moments after shouting this, armored detective rushes towards the entrance. Off he goes. With Workaholic and Rowdy there, they should be fine, but... well, let's leave him be. There are some things I wanted to tell you alone anyway, Incompetent. Premiere is being incredibly slow. Ideal Detective continues her explanation. The map has 3 additional features. First is the marking function, which flags mystery points, locations the detectives find dubious. Try tagging these marked points if your investigation stalls out. Now do you see how that one spot on the map is a different color? That is a location I have personally deemed suspicious, an evidence square. You can assume these areas contain hidden evidence. Finally, there's the share action function, used by each individual to share whatever it is they're currently up to. As a demonstration, let's try moving the cursor over to Bookworm Detective. You should immediately be able to tell what she's doing. A detective's actions, such as infer or inspect, will be displayed overhead. However, hover the cursor over a detective to see where they intend to move next. She has an odd feeling about the fireplace. Bookworm truly does have a good sense for this, but I doubt she'll figure it out by herself. So here's a question for you, Incompetent. What would you do if you encountered a mystery you couldn't solve on your own? Your experience just now is already paying off. I like people who are quick on the uptake. By the way, I chose that I would ask others for help. The two of us are in accord. When faced with a problem you cannot solve alone, you must seek aid from your companions. But detectives are such prideful creatures, and sadly most conduct their investigations alone, so they lack experience collaborating. From what I've seen so far, Bookworm is one such example. Encouraging her to cooperate would likely be pointless. So what should I do then? Ideal Detective answers me with a smile. You should intervene. On their investigation, that is. Intervene? In other words, use the D-pad to instruct them to do something other than their current task. Mystic is nearby, so he'll suffice. Let's have him make his way to Bookworm so they can investigate together. Now, issue the command if you would. Huh. I freeze up as she casually orders me to do something completely unexpected. Why so stiff? Honestly, you're too cute. I'm merely asking you to pretend to be me and give some direction. That's all. That's all. What an Ideal Detective is asking for isn't so easy to just gloss over. Even so, her expression remains dead serious. It'll be fine. Like sending an email. Here's my D-pad. Try issuing a command to him. But why me? Facing the unknown is precisely what a detective is obligated to do. Everything is a chance to gain experience. So go on. Doesn't seem like I can back out of this one. I'll just have to try giving some instructions. Yep, so we're going to intervene with the detectives to reassign their independently planned actions. Detectives left to their own devices will make errors, investigate alone, and generally act inefficiently. Intervene with these individuals and make them work together in order to facilitate a more efficient investigation process. To have Mystic cooperate with Bookworm, simply move him to a spot beside her. Okay. So this is the actual, like, investigate, like, this is the actual play part of the game. Take a look. See how even with both their inference values combined, they're unable to solve the mystery of that fireplace. At times like these, you should give a command as a detective who is skilled at assisting. Detectives are able to assist each other from adjacent positions. Any character who's making an inference already or plans to do so can be assisted. Assisting lets you add a helper's assist value to an individual's inference value. Utilize this command properly to keep your investigation on track. So for example, we're gonna have him assist. Nicely instructed. I'm impressed. I can already feel their powers of inference have been enhanced. Now they should easily discover whatever that fireplace is hiding. Alright, let's check the entrance hall next. Posh is keeping the area near the chandelier all to herself. Gourmet and Doleful are holding back to give her space. Holding back, however, is unacceptable in an investigation. Let's have Gourmet assist Posh with investigating the chandelier. Each mystery point has a set amount of resolution points. You can uncover a mystery point's secret by reducing its resolution points to 0, advancing the investigation. So we're going to have Gourmet assist Detective assist Posh Detective to reveal the mystery point's hidden mystery. Okay? Excellent. You're a real quick study, it seems. Now, what should we have Doleful do? Do you know what skill he excels at? Doleful's skilled at being timid and afraid. You shouldn't try to get a laugh out of me like that, though I do appreciate the playful sense of humor. Doleful's key characteristic is he always draws danger to himself. As a result, he's more predisposed to finding clues. Let's have Doleful use that special trait of his to inspect the area near the chandelier. I am willing to bet there's a clue left behind there. Evidence squares contain evidence. Detectives can find these hidden clues by performing an inspection. The music is really good. An inspection's range varies with individual inspection value. For example, Doleful is able to inspect up to 5 squares away. Try intervening with Doleful to have him inspect the evidence square. Bravo! That was an ideal command you gave. I'm swelling with pride. Alright, it's enough warming up. It's time to raise the curtains on this detective show. Give the order to start the investigation and keep an eye on the passage of time. Once the detective's actions are set, push the options button to access the main menu and select Investigate or Preliminary. Upon selecting Investigate, the detectives you have intervened with will follow your commands, while the rest will act independently. In a preliminary investigation, only those you have intervened with will act. It's wise to begin with this, as it can uncover new mysteries or clues. While we haven't intervened with Techie, there isn't much to do, so let's start the investigation anyway. Okay, time to inspect this area. Here I go. Gah! I tripped again. Huh? Part of the carpet's been cut off. I wonder why. Why should I cooperate with you? I can handle this alone, thank you very much. Now, a fine cut of meat is even tastier with the right seasonings, yes? In other words, Posh, you can use me to spice up your deductions. That's a fair point. Very well, enhance my flavor, Gourmet. The chandelier is all nicked up. Posh, can you take a look at this? Huh? These scratches. Could they be a hint as to how the culprit killed Senior Detective? I suppose it is a little similar to Danganronpa music. Why must I investigate with you? Asked the girl, her lips pouting in dissatisfaction. Don't say that. Think of this as a chance to learn from your father. Hearths do hold a rustic charm, though having to add firewood every time is a bit of a hassle. Firewood? That's it. Ahem. So that's it, mused the girl, finally pinning down what seemed to miss. Your directions have truly made a difference in how well the investigation is progressing. When I arrived, you pushed the others to work together. It was remarkably prescient of you. The key difference between detectives and the police is that while we may be an organization, we solve cases alone rather than together. To put it unkindly, detectives see themselves as the lead role of an investigation. Thus, our capability as a team of experts goes unrealized. If we're to take on the quartering duke, we can't abide reckless behavior. Let's you and I take the lead in encouraging everyone to collaborate. How could someone like me do that? There's no way any of those detectives would follow what I say. Plus, they don't even need me. Ideal detective alone should be enough to hold them together. Your tendency to downplay yourself is a virtue, but also a weakness that you will be forced to address someday. Looking at the gameplay is like looking at the board of the game clue. Ooh, interesting, guy. Ideal detective speaks as though she can see into my very soul. Leaders who make history are often said to be cowards, likely because they fixated not on their potential, but their limits. Know your weaknesses, and in time you will know all of your strengths. I'm confident you will go through this as well, Incompetent. This reminds you a little of Crime Site? I feel like I know what that is too, Blazing Wolf. Why do you have so much faith in me? She opens her eyes wide, fretting over something with an unfocused gaze. I'd say I can't tell you yet, but that would be selfish of me, wouldn't it? I should let you know before something happens. The true reason I called you here, that is. The elusive air around her now feels tense. I'm frozen in place as her hydrangea-hued eyes stare at me. My heart is hammering and my body feels hot all over. Incompetent, my name is... What? Run, Incompetent! Huh? At that moment, a powerful force crushes into me and my vision goes black. Someone suddenly leaps on my back, taking me to the floor. My head spins, sparks explode behind my eyes, and my consciousness grows hazy. Through it all, I can feel a strong pressure on my throat. Ugh. As my voice involuntarily slips out, I finally realize that someone is strangling me. I can't breathe. My mind starts to fade, and my whole body starts to go pale. I flail about in desperation, catching nothing but air. If this keeps up, I know for a fact it's going to kill me. Renegade Detective, stop! Are you all right, Incompetent? What in the world are you thinking, Renegade Detective? Turn off your D-pad's location sharing and you can pull off as many ambushes as you want, the way I did just now. I wanted to show you the dangers of burying your head in that device. How easily you can slip and use your footing. Forgive me, Holmes. You're talking to the wrong person. Incompetent here deserves a deep, sincere apology. Hurry now, or that charm in your neck will pop. Okay, got my priorities screwed up. Sorry. The lanky man has a nonchalant air about him. He turns to me, wearing a fake smile. The name's Renegade Detective. I'm a virtuous investigator with a penchant for practical jokes. My favorite phrase is world peace, and I spend my free time volunteering. Hope we can get along. Your conversation was just so serious. I had to butt in with some levity. My bad. Can you ever forgive me? You will, won't you? Thanks. He prattles on with his apology, finishing up with a cackle. I startle when I notice a line of blood dripping down my neck. Is it really that funny to choke someone so hard your nails rip their skin? I was genuinely prepared to die. How far is this guy willing to take a joke? Come on, don't look so scared. Didn't it give you that tingling feeling? You don't like the smug renegade detective, Neko? He's like Nagito. And now he's beaming at me, face flushed with joy. Out of all the detectives I've met, this is by far the most incomprehensible. As fickle as ever, but this time you've gone too far. Do it again, and I will exercise my authority as chief to restrain you. Ideal Detective's voice grows harsher as she steps up to Renegade Detective. Renegade jokingly leaps back in an overdramatic fashion. Oh, absolutely, dear Holmes. I sure would hate to be so inconvenienced. Your word is my command. I'll hold you to that. Now tell us what you've gathered about this case. I take it you've seen the truth of this matter. That you too have seen the truth of this matter. Renegade's eyes grow wide. He sighs. You got me. I did feel a bit out of character the way you got so upset. You planned to make me swear I'd cooperate from the very start, huh? Of course, only second-rate detectives are controlled by their emotions. The finest use them as a weapon. Ideal Detective smiles in triumph. So her harsh tone just now was a lie. I was completely fooled. Ah well, it was worth it to see a rare glimpse of your fury. So fine, I'll share my thoughts with you. The case is too transparently pure, so boring it makes me nauseous. The culprit must be so self-satisfied. Ugh. There's no beauty in it, not in the least. Killing should be ugly, beyond redemption, gnarled by emotion, oozing, cloudy, grimy. That's what makes it so fascinating. What are you talking about? His words are utter nonsense. What's more, he says it all so casually, as if he's telling a joke. Just listening to him makes my skin crawl. I'm not equipped to understand the person standing before me. Even the scene of the murder was less chilling than him. No need for guesswork, it's all plain as day. Check out that scrap of carpet. If my theory is right, some evidence should be left there. Better show me a good time, O future legend. And with that, Renegade Detective taps my shoulder and departs. A rather peculiar detective, that one. Test? Hello? Yeah, it was like... I stopped myself just in time. It was like talking to a villain, but obviously I can't say that. It's like talking to a villain, right? Ideal Detective speaks my thoughts for me without reservation. Your intuition is spot on. As a matter of fact, he killed his mother and father with his very own hands during his youth. Your previous comment doesn't show? Oh no, that's weird. He's an actual murderer. His own parents, too? How is someone like that even in the Detective Alliance? It doesn't matter if he did it as a kid. Letting him have this much freedom is unimaginable. Why he was led into the Alliance, I just can't fathom. It makes me suspect he might even be the Quartering Duke. The reason is simple. No detective understands homicidal maniacs better than he does. He has been granted a degree of freedom on the condition that he uses his unique skills to work with the Detective Alliance. Although his detective prowess is on par with my own, his personality keeps him from working with others, keeping him at rank 4. He's the most unorthodox detective in the world, a real renegade, as true to his alias as can be. Again, I find myself astounded by the diversity within the DA's personnel. Despite his past, he must be an outstanding detective now. He did give us advice, after all, and even if he's terrifying, he surely has a talent for detective work. I'll just have to find a way to trust him. You give up, Premiere is slow, you're headed to bed. Have a good night. Have a good night. I whisper this to myself, as if doing so will clear the dark thoughts that clouding my mind. This has taken up more time than expected. Let's move on to the meat of the investigation. Renegade told us to inspect the scrap of carpet that had been discovered. A careful analysis of evidence like this can help move a case along, potentially revealing new evidence squares. Of all the detectives nearby, Posh and Techie specialize in analysis. Let's have Posh take a look. Oh my. Posh is disgruntled that we made her work with Gourmet. It would seem that she's blocked me from contacting her. We won't be able to intervene with her like this. She certainly is amusing, that Posh. You're done streaming, so more chatty? I mean, okay, Jerry. What? So what do we do now? Detectives aren't programs, they're humans. It's only natural for there to be detectives with whom you cannot intervene. As such, whoever does the instructing must be able to adapt to the situation. In this instance, we can try giving directions to Techie instead. Techie should also be capable of performing a precise analysis of this evidence. Now tell him to analyze that section of carpet. When the icon turns red, you'll be unable to intervene. These individuals will decide actions on their own, so prepare for trouble and respond accordingly. Evidence you've collected can be analyzed. Each piece has an assigned difficulty level. Higher levels require higher analyzation values. It was good for you. You got a bunch of subs. I'm glad, Jerry. Note that items acquired from an MP do not require additional analysis. Evidence from an ES, however, must be analyzed by a detective of sufficient ability. You're 37 subs from 700? Very cool, Cherry. Why don't you drop a Cherry link? It has to be certain words then? Oh well. Probably, and unfortunately I don't know what it could be. There we go. Perform a preliminary investigation to have Techie analyze the evidence. So we're gonna go here, we're gonna hit preliminary. This scrap of carpet, when we approach it scientifically, there's only one explanation for how it was cut. More Cult of the Lamb for you, you guess? It's a good game. I might eventually play it myself. We'll see. Quick, we need to investigate the floor of the entrance hall. Excellently done. Now we have something new to consider. There isn't much time. Since we cannot direct Posh, what should we do to draw an inference on this new point of interest? Any thoughts? So we got new spaces, we gotta do new things, blah blah blah, basically. Inference 4, assistance 4. Inference 6, assistance 4. Okay, so we're gonna move, go back. I just want to make sure that I can move the other one. Oh yeah, we'll be fine. Alright. I'm having problems seeing it because of Posh. I can't like move around it, which is a little annoying. I think I'm supposed to put them here though. Yep. And then you are gonna come down here. Oh shoot. I guess we're also conferring with you, that's fine. Go. Well done. You are a joy to behold. I look forward to seeing the results of this investigation. Oh yes, if there's a detective who has yet to move and you'd like to instruct them to go elsewhere, you should instruct them to do so. Take Techie for an example. Since he's only done an analysis so far, the mystery is centered in the entrance hall. Let's have him head there. Alright, so we can still move him. Put in there. Wonderful, just like that. Now, when you want him to perform an action in the entrance hall, he can do so without wasting any time. But won't the mysteries we're investigating there be gone by then? I wonder about that. We'll just have to await the results of their deduction with bated breath. Also, I would suggest having any idle detectives inspect the area. Though it may not directly pertain to the case, they could happen upon something interesting. Once you're ready, instruct them to begin the investigation. Detectives who don't act can relocate anywhere. You're surprised Cult of the Lamb is still so popular since it came out a few years ago? Yeah, true. Actually, I'm gonna have you move. This button and then this button. Right? Sometimes when faith drops, it can get really stressful trying to get it back up. Yeah. You thought Cult of the Lamb came out recently? No, it's pretty old. Do I have anybody I haven't moved? No. Okay. Oh, the floor. On closer inspection, I can see gaps between the boards. Maybe that explains for how sound travels so easily down below. The gaps are also wide enough to pass a wire through. This might have something to do with how the culprit dismembered the body. Aha! So solving the connection between the floor gaps and the carpet caused a mystery point and evidence square to appear by the entrance. Then we made the right call, having Techie Detective move to the entrance hall. Indeed we did. Sometimes solving one mystery leads to another. Be sure to keep that in mind. Alright, I'm not going to tell you what to do next. This time you must command all the detectives on your own. Huh? There's no way I can do that. Can't you? You've been given great direction so far, just as I anticipated you would. Now you must exceed my expectations. It's up to you to unravel the bizarre and formidable case. Her hydrangea eyes bore into me, rendering me speechless. She's serious. Her gaze holds no mirth, only anticipation. The chief of the DA is looking to me, an utter incompetent. If I turn back now, how will I ever become an exceptional detective? I'll do it. In fact, I'll go above and beyond. Good. Show me how your mind works, then. I look at the D-pad, the gears in my brain whirring frantically. You like characters with great personalities that deepen the lore of the game? ER, hi, hello, how are you? Welcome in. You're having fun voice acting all the characters? There you go, Cherry. Some mystery points are locked. You can gain access to them by solving other MPs beforehand or analyzing evidence. Oh, great, Guy. Detectives will attempt to investigate locked MPs, so be sure to analyze whenever possible. How very intriguing, mused the girl, in imitating the genius physics professor on a certain TV show. Okay, first thing we're gonna do is move you and inspect. And then we're going to do the preliminary. What is this switch on the wall? There's a separate one for the lights, so this must be for activating something else. that's not enough. You will be, though. Let's have this happen. This gameplay looks intriguing. I like it a lot. So flipping the switch retracts the chain, returning the fallen chandelier to the ceiling. Such a contraption could easily lift a person. Splendid. We couldn't infer anything about that MP before, but analyzing the evidence has made it possible. This will happen quite often. Always ensure you find the information needed to properly make an inference. Now that we can get this, we can... There we go. Works for me. I do believe that's all that I can actually do. Yeah. Okay. Am I gonna be at Wardy's stream? I don't know. Who's got the highest inference? And you've got a 4 for insistence. And you've got a 4 for insistence and a 6 for inference. Okay, all of them have 4s basically. Okay, so you are going to come here and you're going to... And you are going to infer. And then you... What are you going to do here? Posh lady. Posh is going to also infer. And so you're going to come here. And I'm going to have you infer. And then I'm going to have... Doleful, hello. Oh, I have to have you actually infer. There we go. That's better. You're gonna move right here to this spot that's between them. And you are going to assist. Ace Attorney meets Fire Emblem sort of thing? Yeah, kinda. Alrighty. This information seems useful. I should share it with the others. There we go. If the door drops the trap and the switch resets it, then something should be mounted above the chandelier, said the girl, keying in on a lead. Should I go up and inspect the ceiling then? It'll be a wee bit dangerous, so let your big sis handle it. Yay! Here we go. We didn't get everything. Aw, man, I should have gone back and gotten them all. That's fine. I don't need to 100% it here, honestly, because, I've already done that. I already have this platinumed. Wonderful. You gave such clear instruction. I truly am grateful to have you with me. I told the others to meet by the fireplace. We should hurry there ourselves. It's time for all of us to get to the bottom of this intricate, baffling case. Excuse me, Ideal. I call out to stop Ideal as we make our way back. Please tell me, what's the real reason you brought me to this island? I can't help but ask. I need to know the rest of what she was going to say earlier. After all, why would someone as bumbling as myself be invited to stand amongst a talented crowd of detectives like this? And for the chief of the DA to place so much trust in me, it's nothing short of bizarre. Speaking of that, you really wish there was a Clue and Ace Attorney collab board game, even if it was a Japan exclusive? That sounds interesting. I understand my limitations better than anyone. My talents are undeserving of your good graces. But the real kicker is the way you clearly know me. Just what is it you want from me? What's a nobody like me even doing on this island? My shouts echo down the hall as every pent-up question I have comes bursting out all at once. I just can't understand why this world-famous detective would act so cryptic towards me. Sorry, I've been a bit mean-spirited, haven't I? Ideal gives a wry smirk, then scratches her cheek. My inner devil wanted to see that bewildered look of yours, and it got the better of me. I'd been planning to keep quiet until you noticed. This is our first meeting in 10 years, after all. Surely you can understand how I'd want to surprise you a bit, Watto. Our first meeting in 10 years. Wait, did you just call me Watto? Could it really be? My heart catches in my throat. Only one person, somebody I met 10 years ago, called me by that name. But there's just no way. I've dreamt of this reunion for ages. Inviting you here wasn't completely outrageous now that you've been scouted into the DA. My real name is Sika Sharon Ford Holmes. 10 years ago, you saved my life. That's impossible. My voice comes out in a shout before I curb it. I breathe deeply, but the shock won't subside. Ideal Detective is Sika? That can't be. I saw her covered in blood right before me. There's no way Sika is alive. Avenging her had been my motivation all this time. But now... Calm yourself. Ideal comes close and softly cups my cheek. I'm startled by the sudden intimacy, but her arm around my waist keeps me in place. You seem to have lost your memories of our time in that prison. It must have left quite the emotional scar. Where's the Zero's escape flowchart, Neko? There isn't one, guy! That's the fantastic part. This game doesn't have a flowchart. You did know that she was the childhood friend. Yes, well, the childhood prisoner cellmate, I suppose, maybe. I'm not going to say whether the rest of what you had is on point or not. No need to force yourself. It'll only cause your heart grief. Remember, little by little, about how you rescued me that day. Did I really? Yes. What I said to the others wasn't a lie. You truly did save me. You're the reason I'm alive today. But our enemy is far more cold and calculating than anticipated. I have no hope of preventing the DA's eradication alone. I need your help, Watto. I summoned you here because I'm in desperate need of your abilities. For now, please, just believe me. Ideal gazes at me with a sadness that reminds me of the Sika I once knew. That vulnerable, girlish expression taking the place of her usual sagacity was nearly identical. But I can't help but wonder if this is truly the same person. Is it really you, Saika? You finally used my name. I couldn't be happier. A relieved smile spreads across Ideal Detective's face. It doesn't seem like an act. She's sincerely happy to be reunited with me. Remember, we detectives only share our true names with those we completely trust. No matter who doubts or suspects you, be it the others or even yourself, I will always be on your side. No, Guy, you did not. Honestly, literally the first time I saw Ideal Detective, I was like, oh, purple eyes, that's the color of hydrangeas, that's the girl from his past. So no, you did not. So stay by mine and observe my work. I'm certain you'll recall the truth if you do. Ideal steps back from me, her expression already reverting to its usual dignified air. Between her countenance and chief of the DA, and as a vulnerable girl, I'm not sure which is real. There's so much cause for suspicion. And yet, I still don't know the truth. But I'll choose to believe in your words, which is to say, I want to believe them. I've played the past out in my mind countless times, wishing I could have saved you, Saika. I wasn't able to do so back then, so I truly want to believe what she's saying, that Saika's alive. Even if those sweet words are mere deceit. But still, I don't buy it 100%. Like you said, I'll stick with you and try to figure things out. Sorry, I'm just checking a DM. Okay. Like you said, I don't buy it 100%. But still, I don't buy it 100%. Like you said, I'll stick with you and try to figure things out. You checked your emails just before, and apparently you got gifted a membership. Indeed. This would have been a couple of days ago. Revealing that plot twist early. They usually save these for the climax. Oh, don't worry, Snow. There's a reason why this was revealed early. Such as whether or not you're telling the truth. That's all I wish for, Watto. Observe my every move with your utmost attention. If I have one request, however, it's that you stop calling me Ideal. It's far too formal for my liking. When it's only the two of us, would you mind calling me Saika, like back in the old days? Wait just a second. I didn't mean I actually believe you're Saika yet. Stubborn as ever, aren't you? And always over the silliest things. Very well. Address me as Holmes, then. The other detectives know me by this name, so that shouldn't be a problem. Got it, Holmes. This is our first step towards friendship, Watto. Holmes' face beams with genuine elation. The fact that it's moving me so easily is proof enough that I'm a rookie detective. Come on, Watto Hojo. Get it together. The D-pad pings with a notification. The others must have gathered in the living room by now. Now, shall we close the book on this case? I follow Holmes as she heads to the living room. I have no clue what she could want from me, but I've decided to trust her for now. If I stay by her side, the truth behind why I was brought here may finally come to light. Yeah, you do, Guy. Saika Sharonfield Holmes. All 13 detectives, including Holmes and myself, gather around the room. Holmes adds a few logs to the crackling fire before turning to address us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank each of you for doing your part. Due to your efforts, we have uncovered the method used to dismember Senior Detective. Now it's simply a matter of laying it out. Then please tell us, Holmes, who is the culprit? Oh, how like a commoner to heedlessly jump the gun. Before revealing the culprit, is there not a matter we must clarify first? What matter would that be? Why, the method by which Senior Detective was slain, of course. I agree. Instead of focusing on who did it, let's consider who could have done it and eliminate some of the obstacles in our way. How do you suppose Senior Detective was killed, Posh? Put simply, with an artifice working in concert with the chandelier trap. In concert with the chandelier trap? You mean I set it into motion when I opened the door? The chandelier had crashed down the moment I stepped through the entrance of the manor. After that, I was out cold until the DA arrived. The culprit utilized the trap, but for what purpose? Have you ever played with clay, Incompetent? Say you wanted to cut it in half as cleanly as possible. How would you do it? Even a knife would give you some trouble, no? Back in school, I remember we learned to wrap a nylon string around the clay and pull it to split it apart. Good. Now for the next question. Following that principle for cutting clay, what would happen if you wrapped a sharp wire around a person, then tightened it? You mean... Senior Detective's mutilated body flashes across my mind. My skin prickles. That wire was definitely sharp enough. If you were to wrap it around someone and yank it, they would be sliced apart almost effortlessly, just like clay. You get the idea, I presume. If one wanted to cut something with a wire, their best option would be to wind it around and pull. Clay's one thing, but could you really pull hard enough to, like, slice a guy up? 'Cause, FYI, that stuff does not look easy to handle. A salient question, Downtown. Indeed, the crux of this trick is how the wire was tightened. So, what method could have been used to pull the wire out once it was wrapped around Senior Detective? Any ideas, Posh? The culprit may have had a dash of cleverness up their sleeve, but my upper-class intellect saw right through it. Put simply, the culprit used the falling chandelier to pull the wire taut. How would they do that? The chandelier's up in the entrance hall, but the crime took place down in the basement, right? Dear me. Very well, I shall elucidate the matter so elegantly that even a commoner would understand. The wire was attached to the chandelier so they would move in tandem. When the latter fell, the former would wind up automatically. Excuse you, the explanation was mine to give. Posh Detective cuts Holmes off with a huff, then continues where she left off. After sedating Senior Detective, the culprit affixed a wire to the chandelier, which had been lowered to the floor. Then they threaded the wire through the gaps in the entrance hall floor, allowing them to connect it with the basement. Would a wire really fit through the floorboards, though? Certainly, if the cracks are large enough for sound to travel between the two spaces, a thin wire should pose no issue. Once the wire fed down to the basement was wound around Senior Detective, this chandelier was raised back into position. When the chandelier came plummeting down later on, it pulled the wire taut and dismembered the victim in one fell swoop. Et voila! The culprit managed to kill Senior Detective without dirtying their hands and successfully obscured the time of death. A superb deduction, but I would like some conclusive evidence. Watto, do you remember the trace this gimmick left behind? The trace it left behind? Now that she mentions it, something suspicious did catch my attention during the investigation. That would be... the scratches on the chandelier. Those must have been left by the wire when it scraped against the metal. Excellent, that's precisely right, Watto. The chandelier is quite durable, so if anything were to cause a scratch, it would have to be extraordinarily sharp. Like a wire saw capable of cutting through even steel, perhaps. Then it's just like you said. The wire saw and the chandelier trap were paired off for this little stunt. So, how's it feel, incompetent? How does what feel? Slow on the uptake, aren't we? What I mean is, how does it feel to know that Senior Detective was killed by the chandelier trap? He wouldn't have gotten hacked to pieces if you'd never opened that door, you know. Shock lances through my spine and I begin to break out in cold sweat. So, it was all because of me. If I hadn't triggered the trap, then Senior Detective would still be alive. Even now, I can feel the doorknob in my hand. To think that at that moment, a man was being sliced apart right below my feet. The trap that I triggered. How does your first kill feel? Like sinking into the mud of a swamp, huh? Don't worry, you'll get used to it. You don't like the smug renegade detective, Neko? That's okay, guy. You don't have to. Stand down, renegade detective. Keep your lips shut until I say otherwise. Don't glower at me like that. It makes me tingle all over. This is your second and final warning. Shut your mouth. Cowed by Holmes, renegade detective seemed to cut his losses, backing down. Holmes then turns to me, all signs of anger wiped clean from her face. I know you're shaken, incompetent, but you need to set that grief aside from now. And the rest of you, save your blame and suspicions. Any of us could have triggered that trap at the door. It was unavoidable. As a matter of fact, Incompetent actually did something remarkable. His actions forced the culprit to make a fatal error. I did something remarkable? What could she mean by that? As much as I want to demand the answer, I wait to hear the rest of her deduction. Holmes is officially the best character now, putting him in his place. Yo, Posh, the crook used the fallen chandelier to cinch the wire, right? Did I not say as much? The wire worked in concert with the chandelier. Yeah, but wouldn't that just move Senior up and down with the chandelier? That wouldn't really be enough to kill him, right? What? I see what you're saying, Rowdy. For the wire to dismember Senior Detective, a strong upward force would be required. And you're suggesting that using the downward momentum of the chandelier wouldn't have accomplished that, correct? Downward momentum? Not sure I follow you there, but yeah, something like that. You're right. This is a sticking point. Whatever to do. Could you provide us with a rejoinder, Posh? Right. Well, you see, the thing is, throw a lifeline, incompetent. Do you recall who was initially investigating with Posh? There was only one detective who was initially investigating with Posh at the start, and that was Gourmet. Gourmet, am I right to assume you figured out how the chandelier's downward momentum was used to kill Senior Detective? Oh my, you looked like you were just about to get to the tasty part, so I didn't want to interrupt, but if you insist... The culprit used a pulley system to connect the wire, and dear Senior along with it, to the chandelier. Piece of cake. Of course, they used a pulley system. It was so obvious, I suppose. It just slipped my mind. Oh. Right, guy, right? A pulley system, like what you'd use in a well. How would that help in this situation? It's not as tricky as it seems. Here, I'll break it down for you with a diagram. No matter how many times the chandelier has been dropped, it can always be raised back up to the ceiling using the wall switch. The mechanism can bear considerable weight, so much that it was able to lift a voluptuous vixen like myself with ease. Hoisting dear Senior would have been even easier considering how much lighter he is. You're saying you rode the chandelier up to the ceiling? Oh yes, it was quite the wild ride. Plus, I discovered a juicy clue when I reached the top. It was a hook. The one the wire was probably hung on. It's designed for mountaineering, so it's sturdy enough to withstand the tension. With the wire draped over the hook, then tied to the chandelier, you could adjust the slack in the wire with a sharp jerk. Dear Senior would have been bound to the ceiling, unable to do a thing. What a horrible trick. The traces of necrosis on Senior Detective's limbs indicate he was pinned up there for quite some time. I shudder to think of it. With the pulley system in place, all that would remain is to descend the chandelier with a rope and wait for someone to open the door. But how would you gather up the rope you used to climb down the chandelier? Oh, you precious dimwit, you. There are so many ways one could collect it after the fact. For example, if you use a bowline or slip knot, you could undo it upon reaching the ground with a simple tug. I'll show you sometime. I'm at a loss for how to respond when presented with these knot options as if they were obvious possibilities. Aside from armor, no one seems fazed, as if it was just common knowledge. I really am terrifyingly out of my depth here. There you have it. The culprit finished their preparations long before we arrived on the island and put the manor behind them. And then I opened the door, triggering the trap, yanking the wire up with the pulley system, and slicing the Senior Detective apart. To think that someone would orchestrate such a kill while their victim remained down in the basement. I just can't fathom it. I feel a shiver run down my spine at the hidden culprit's ingenuity, as well as their barbarity. What a craven deed, using another's hand instead of dirtying one's own to commit so heinous an act. It's beyond forgiveness. So the torn piece of carpet I found in the entrance hall was cut by the wire as it shot up from the basement, right? Correct. I analyzed the fragment and can attest to that with 100% certainty that it was severed by the wire. When the wire was pulled through the gap, it shifted and sliced the carpet in one spot. Therefore, the culprit never did a trial run. Oh, how sloppy they must be to leave so many clues. They never stood a chance at besting me, heir to the illustrious Pinkerton name. But the question still remains. Who's responsible for all this? Is it not clearly this commoner who opened the door? He was disreputable from the start. No, once the trick was set up, the culprit would merely have to wait for someone to inevitably open the door. In other words, it could have been anyone. Triggering the trap may make incompetent the prime suspect, but he's still one of our own. Now hold on here, workaholic. What could you possibly mean by that? We spent hours traveling here from the mainland today. In what universe could any of us been responsible for this crime? Your suggestion is deplorable, even for a commoner. Yes, Guy, yes. Those peeps and snarks were killed, like, over a day ago, right? Doesn't that mean one of us could have done it back then? The killer could have wiped out everyone on the island, set up the trap, and then bounced to meet up with us and put on the innocent act. If the culprit's really the quartering duke, they could totally pull that off. The piece of trash is literally the worst. He's like the reason we even have to be here in the first place. Ugh, the nerve. How dare they turn us on one another? Hey, now, let's back up a bit here. There's something that makes this even worse, you know. Renegade Detective cuts in gleefully. Even worse? How do you mean? Isn't it obvious? Things would be fine if we could still track down the culprit. But worst case scenario, they've already escaped the island. The atmosphere tenses in an instant. As much as we'd hoped to believe otherwise, it was a possibility we couldn't ignore. You know, but most people know the name from the Red Dead Redemption. I've never played Red Dead Redemption. Never played it. If we're assuming this is the work of the Quartering Duke, isn't it only rational to conclude that he's booked it by now? He's successfully destroyed HQ after all. He even left us with a parting gift of Senior Detective's murder. Why stay after that? If it were me, I'd hightail it the second I was able, never to return. That way, I wouldn't even be suspected. Unless I had a strong motive to do otherwise, that is. No one can argue with Renegade's words. I suppose it takes a homicidal maniac to give us some perspective on another. Just like you said, it'd be counterintuitive for the culprit to remain or even return to the island at this point. Then the case is... Yep, if anyone's to blame, then we may as well be wild mass guessing. That's an impasse if I ever saw one. I examine everyone's faces again. Their eyes are filled with suspicion and hostility that wasn't there before. I believed I could trust them just moments ago, but now a dark shadow hangs above us. If the culprit already fled, we'll never track down Senior Detective's killer. But if they're still here, they could very well be among us. Either way, it's a bitter pill to swallow. It's no surprise the team's morale has taken a hit. Stiff upper lip, ladies and gentlemen. The investigation hasn't ended yet. Holmes' voice dispels the gloom. It's true, regardless of our actions, the reality of this situation is a tragic one. However, it is a detective's duty to attend to the aftermath of any tragedy. If we hesitate, who else will take the mantle? Huh? Holmes sends a wink my way before making her announcement. As mentioned previously, the culprit made one fatal error, which I shall now share with you all. After all, reversing tragedies is precisely what we must do, ladies and gentlemen. The group falls silent, listening intently to what Ideal has to say. For this particular trick, anyone could have performed the killing act, so long as the proper preparations were made. It's possible the perpetrator has already fled, though if they are still present, they could very well be part of the DA. How does Holmes intend to turn such a desperate situation around? I believe someone has yet to share their theory. Incompetent, you know who I'm referring. Yes. The investigator who hasn't spoken yet is... Bookworm Detective. Bookworm, you were looking at the fireplace when you noticed something, right? What was it you saw? So you were spying on me then? Get lost and die, Humbert, said the girl to the perverted youth, her detest for him clear on her face. What? No, that's not... That's enough, Bookie. Apologies, Incompetent. I am afraid her social graces are a bit lacking. Oh, don't worry about it. Ha ha. I give a strained laugh as I attempt to recover from the mental blow I was just dealt. Storms! Hiya! Can't stay? Have fun? Have a good one. Weren't you chomping at the bit to tell everyone about the fireplace? Come out and say it. I intended to, whether or not I was asked, huffed the girl matter-of-factly before beginning her explanation. When we first entered, the fire was lit. Something felt off about this, so I spent my time pondering the matter, the girl began. Something was off? What matter are you talking about? Certainly a way for someone to speak. Yeah, she narrates herself. It's very interesting. This style of hearth isn't commonplace in this country, so it's no surprise you would be unaware that these fires don't burn for long. Unless wood is added regularly, they will not last more than 6 hours. Even 5 would be an exceptional amount of time. Huh, so it really needs to be tended to. But isn't it possible someone started a fire because they were feeling cold? I know it's March, but this island gets pretty chilly. No proper detective would use a fireplace at a crime scene, you sexual deviant, said the girl, chiding the would-be offender. Oh, right. It's as Bookie says. I doubt there is a soul among us who would use the fireplace in this situation. The only individual who would is the culprit. They had some incentive to ignite these flames, and it happened within the last several hours. You both noticed something vital. The very act of lighting the fire was quite a blunder on the perpetrator's behalf. It appears they were unaware of how long the fire would burn, but that is precisely why they lit it. There was no other choice. They had to light the fire. Indeed, all to dispose of the gloves necessary to manipulate the wire saw. Saying this, Holmes fishes a single black glove from her pocket and waves it at us. As you all know, said wire saw is so fine that it requires specially made gloves to handle, gloves which the culprit possessed. Were these gloves to be found on any of our persons, the owner would be quite suspect, ergo their only recourse was to burn them. With that, Holmes flings the glove into the fireplace. It disappears into the flames, hissing all the while. It may have been made of sturdy material, but it clearly wasn't fireproof. I managed to find the burnt remains of a glove in the fireplace, the girl reported to the chief. So the glove didn't burn entirely despite the heat. Perhaps forming a pact with the Ifrits would have better served them. You're tempted to make a joke about the gloves? Make the joke. Not sure what that means, so we'll just ignore that, the girl said dismissively. Brilliant discovery, Bookworm. From this we can deduce that the culprit lit the fire in an attempt to dispose of the gloves. Now, what further conclusions can we draw? I'm sure you could tell us, Mystic. Naturally, had the culprit escaped the manor, they could have discarded the gloves by any number of ways, not least of which being the ocean. The fact that they attempted to do so within the manor suggests that a getaway was not in the cards. Yes, precisely so, Mystic. The sole path from Gormgeist to Snarks is a straight shot. Apart from that, there is only a cliff no person could easily descend. If the glove doesn't fit, you must quit. Oh boy. Most importantly, during the several hours after our arrival, we never failed to keep watch. Not one soul fled from the building. Put in another way, whoever lit the fire is still inside the manor as we speak, said the girl, following the chief's logic. They're still inside the manor? The detectives eye each other suspiciously. But of course, why wouldn't they? If the culprit is still inside the manor, that means they're hiding within our group. Remain calm, ladies and gentlemen. While it is dispiriting to have the culprit among us, there's one fact more critical than any other. The fact that the quartering duke is, without question, inside this very manor. But how can you be so sure? It's all thanks to you. You're turning up here, Incompetent. Me? What do you mean? Holmes chuckles lightly before continuing. The quartering duke, you see, did not account for your presence. Two fatal errors suggest this is the case. Firstly, a trace of the crime still remained. Had it all gone accordingly, I suspect the original plan would leave no such evidence. Then, as Renegade pointed out, we would have assumed the Duke already escaped, throwing our investigation into disarray. I see. If the Duke's goal wasn't to put us off his scent, there wouldn't have been any need to engineer such a complex murder. For all intents and purposes, this should have been an unsolvable case. However, Incompetent triggered the trap earlier than anticipated. What's more, he passed out in the entryway. The culprit was likely panicking inside the manor. With all the windows fitted, the front door was the only means of escape. But with this boy unconscious by the door, the chance of him waking and catching them as they fled was too great a risk. With no knowledge of his background or ability, it would be unwise to try and kill him. As the others were en route, the culprit opted to hide. Flustered, they saw their chance and used the fireplace to dispose of the evidence. Well, my deduction is quite sound, yes? No one contradicts Holmes' statements. She's right. If there was any irregularity in the culprit's plan, it would be me. I may lack experience, and I failed to save Senior, but it's thanks to me that a major flaw was introduced to the murderer's plan. It's a bit ironic, really. What can I say? I never considered that possibility. You have some nerve saying that after all your misleading comments. I'd wager you'd had this figured out, but decided to stir the pot anyway. Now wait just a moment. How can you be so certain the quartering Duke is the culprit? The Duke's murders are characterized by 2 simultaneous victims. Even with the deceased staff here, the case is entirely different. And therein lies their second mistake, Posh. That's an interesting plot twist. Huh? Posh falls silent. Holmes turns her gaze to me, then smiles coldly before getting into the heart of the matter. In the original plan, the individual who opened the door was intended to spring the trap and die alongside Senior Detective. That is to say, failing to produce a second victim was the quartering Duke's greatest mistake. Beg pardon? Oh. Now I remember. When the trap sprung, I felt a pain in my head that led me to avoid the trap. By all means, I should have died right then. In other words, I narrowly avoided a tragic fate as the quartering Duke's latest victim. Hold on. Aren't we a bit quick to assume this was the Duke's doing just because there could have been 2 victims? It may just be another copycat, you feel me? Stop asking questions you know the answer to, renegade detective. A fellow serial killer such as yourself ought to understand. This was not simply to sow the seeds of discord. It was a declaration of war. Killing Senior in such a risky way is proof of that. Reveal the truth, or you will all be dismembered, is what he means to tell us. Things are getting interesting. I, for one, am ready to have a ball, my dear Holmes. With renegade detective satisfied, Holmes claps once, turning the attention back to her. Very good. Now to briefly summarize. The quartering Duke came to the island a few days prior to our arrival, murdering all personnel present. He affixed Senior Detective to the chandelier, ensuring he would be killed when it descended. Following that, the Duke left the manor. Later, while we were at the research facility, they sent a message to me using Senior's voice, luring a portion of our group back to the manor. In doing so, whoever opened the door at the manor would die at the same moment as Senior Detective, producing 2 victims, the Duke's modus operandi. This was also meant to conceal the Duke's presence and facilitate his escape amidst the chaos, or so went the plan at least. But it was that exact moment when things went awry, when an unforeseen individual triggered the trap earlier than expected. This deviation prevented the culprit from fleeing. In their panic, they disposed of the evidence in the fireplace, but it didn't burn completely. So concludes my synopsis. Now we must ask, where is the quartering Duke? Surely, as the irregularity, you can tell us incompetent. He's still inside the manor. Precisely. The quartering Duke himself stands among our ranks. We must take advantage of this opportunity Incompetent has granted us. Having suffered blow after blow, it is now our turn to act. The game is afoot. Let us bring an end to this tragedy drenched in deceit. Case overview. Victim, Senior Detective. Culprit, unknown. Cause of death, dismembered by wire saw. Sequence, the culprit killed Senior Detective from afar by using a chandelier trap and wire saw. Notes, this gimmick was set up in advance, making it hard to pin down the culprit. They remain unidentified, but must be inside the manor. Rowdy's pretty strong. Be surprising if she did it. Sure thing, girl, but can we, like, put a pause on this whole investigation thing? Given the situation, downtown's casual demeanor feels monumentally out of place. We've pretty much solved the mystery. All we gotta do now is, like, catch the bad guy, yeah? Why don't we take a break and chill for a bit? No lie, I'm mad hungry right now. Besides, it's not like talking in circles is gonna go anywhere if we're all running on empty. Hear, hear, Lady Downtown. Pray, let us heed her wisdom. The culprit was unable to make their escape, correct? In which case, we ought to regain our strength and prepare for the battles to come. A valid point. Factoring in travel time, we've been going at it non-stop for about a day and a half so far. Holmes chuckles ruefully at Downtown and Armour's comments, but speaks with a clear, firm voice. Let us take turns standing watch at the door. In the meantime, as Downtown suggested, the rest of us can relax and enjoy a meal. With Holmes's words, the group lets out a collective sigh of relief. No one has to say it. We're all clearly exhausted. The detectives chatter away as we head towards the dining room. The atmosphere has finally become calm and relaxed. But this is where I'm going to end the stream. I'm just going to keep making save spots. Ideal. Relax and enjoy your meal. There's still a killer among us, though. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm hungry myself, and them talking about getting food. If I had to go through the part where they started eating, I think I would start grumbling about being hungry. Sippy, sippy, Neko. Sippy, sippy. Let's see where we can head out on a raid to. Do 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 do. Ba do boo ba do boom. Ba da manu 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 manu. I'm just looking around. Let's see why. I'm trying to figure out where we're going. Will Neko ever end a stream and go directly to bed instead of raiding first? I try not to. Number one, I'd like to leave you guys with a place and something to watch. Number two, it's good for, you know, sharing. You know, yep, I just blanked out. Oh, it's good at, it's good for both the person that I raid and for myself for possibly getting, new subs. Sharing is caring, exactly. And it might find you guys someplace else that you will enjoy watching as well, you know? Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. It's giving exposure to both channels. Exactly, exactly. It's exactly what it's doing. Alright, I think we're gonna go here. We're gonna go visit Donkey. He's playing Stardew with Planty, and I know that you guys happen to like Stardew a lot as well. So let's head out on that raid. And, here's the link in case anybody gets lost. It will redirect though, so don't worry about that. And until next time. Bye.